Turn my microphone on, check the tech is working okay. Excellent. Welcome to day 7 of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. This hearing is being audio recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee appointed to hear this matter. I'm joined by Deputy Chair Member Michael Kirsch sitting on my right, Member Lachlan Wilkinson on my left, and Member Ken Joyner, who is joining us online today. So today we'll continue to hear evidence and submissions from the proponent, with this morning looking at waterbirds and Ramsar site evidence and other birds. I was going to suggest to the proponent, and you may have, I'll put the proposal to you and get a sense of whether you think this will work, that whether we hear from all of the experts this morning before moving into cross-examination. So I was going to suggest that as a way forward.
Yes, we think that's a good suggestion. We've taken the liberty of sitting all the 3 witnesses up.
Excellent.
So
yes.
we thought that was a good suggestion.
Excellent. Thank you. So when we have heard from the experts, we'll move into cross-examination from parties, and I will just recap on the requests to ask questions. So we have Deaker and Parks Victoria, or maybe just one. Mr. Tobin, correct me.
Good morning, Member Kendall. The questions on behalf of Deaker this morning.
Deaker this morning, thank you. And approximately 45 minutes. Thank you. Mr. Cumming was going... Oh, we've still got an audio issue. Thank you. We'll see if that's working now. Mr. Cumming was going to provide questions in writing. I don't believe they've arrived yet. If they haven't come in this morning, I'm just going to suggest that we table them and the experts can provide a written response to them. So we'll keep moving if that's the case. Mr. Biggs has provided 2 questions in writing. He may be here with us as well. I'm happy to put those questions to the experts, but if he's here, I'd invite him to turn his camera on and ask the questions directly. So I'll just note there in document 329. And we also have 1 question in writing from Ms. Stiles, document 328. I do note that the way that it's drafted, it is actually a question for the proponent. Mr. Chesler, I was going to ask if you've had a chance to look at that, not necessarily now, but this morning before we move into the evidence, if you're able to provide a response to that.
I haven't looked at that one yet, but I can endeavour to do so in the short term.
And I'm happy for you to take that on notice, of course. If the experts do have a comment on it, that's fine as well. So just a couple of other things to cover this morning. So this afternoon, if we manage to get through ecology this morning, we'll hear from Mr. Feldman on Aboriginal cultural heritage and Mr. Weston on social impacts. And we do have a request from Deaker / Parks Victoria for questions of Mr. Weston for 20 to 30 minutes.
There'll be questions on behalf of Parks Victoria.
Thank you. I'll get you just to clarify as we progress each time you ask questions to make sure that I'm clear on that. Thank you very much. Are there any other parties? I don't think we've heard any other written requests or indications of questions, but I'm just going to pause and see whether there are any other parties intending to ask questions. No, thank you. And I'll note that tomorrow we will be hearing from Peter Huck on landscape and visual assessment, Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor on bushfire, and with that, parties do need to advise us by lunchtime today if you're intending to ask questions. Mr. Tobin, are you able? I think that you had it noted in the correspondence that came around, but I'll just ask for clarification whether you're intending to ask questions of either.
Yes, what we sought to do was to circulate an update rather than me neglecting to do it each day at midday. We've advanced our position for the week.
Yes.
And so we've foreshadowed that Parks Victoria will have some questions in respect of Mr. Hark. Yeah. That'll be Mr. Redden of my office who'll be in the seat tomorrow. And then we've got some questions, we think, at this stage of Mr. Glossop. And we thought better to plan on the basis that we presently understand that we are asking questions. Yep. And if we withdraw those questions, that'll be the case.
Great. Thank you very much. We do have a small number of documents that have been received. I know they're in the process of being tabled if they haven't already been. So I won't run through those in any detail, but I'll hand to Member Kirsch, who does have a question for the proponent.
Thanks. Mr. Chessel, you might recall yesterday you took us through the list of documents that we'd asked for associated with the Coastal Spaces Landscape Assessment Study. And I can't remember whether you told us we had the complete set or not, but in any event, there's one other document that's part of that suite that I'm aware of, and as luck would have it, it's arguably the most significant, and it's the municipal toolkit for Glenelg. So it's the document that actually contains the draft SLO schedules and the explanatory material in support of them. So I don't recall seeing that in the list that you provided. So if we could have a copy of that, that would be
yes, I'll invite Mr. Wright to just briefly address you on that topic.
Thank you, Member Kirsch. In drafting submissions in respective landscape and visual matters which you'll receive today, I became aware of that document over the weekend. I spent quite a bit of time trying to find it publicly available, and I've been unsuccessful. But I will ask my instructors to inquire through council whether it's got a copy. There's municipal toolkits available for all of the municipal areas, as I understand it, that were affected by the study. I just can't find the one for Glenelg, so we'll make an attempt to do so. We just don't have a copy at the moment. In respect of the SLO schedules themselves, though, there's a panel report for C52, which we will provide to you today as well, which includes the SLO schedules, relevantly SLO 1, in its form as it was recommended by the panel ultimately, and then made its way into the scheme. So you'll be able to find it. It's a May 2011 document from memory.
Well, thank you. We have it. I've read it.
Okay.
I was actually going to raise it in the context of Mr. Glossop's evidence, where he said he wasn't aware if there was a panel report, and I was going to direct you to that.
Glossop's now been provided with a copy of that panel report, and he'll be available to answer questions about it as needed.
Thank you.
So just to reiterate, we'll make an attempt to find the toolkit, but we'll give you an update if we've been unsuccessful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So another question regarding documents, or some comments as well as a question, relates to the document received from Mr. Turner this morning, document 331. And I know the proponent may or may not have had time to look at that. So it's a document that does provide some submissions from Mr. Turner and advises his intent to ask questions of Ms. Dunstan on traffic. So I'll note that now. I would also like to note that the document will be tabled and will form part of Mr. Turner's submissions. There is a request for the IAC to direct the proponent to revise ES Appendix Z, Appendix B. And our response to that is that the proponent will have an opportunity to provide response to this request in its submissions to the IAC and in its closing submissions after it has heard all the evidence and submissions from parties, and that we don't make any directions in relation to that matter. And in terms of circulating documents, I'd like to remind parties and note that it's not general practice for parties to provide submissions progressively through the hearing, and that we discourage this practice. So the time for parties to make submissions is when you are scheduled to present to the IAC, and written submissions may be provided the business day before, ideally in a consolidated format or consolidated submission. So if submissions are provided in advance, they will be tabled and you'll be able to speak to them during your submission, but we generally won't discuss them in detail at this stage of the hearing process. So I just wanted to make those comments as well. And any other preliminary matters that we need to cover? And I'll come to you, Mr. Chessel.
Just a few. Overnight we filed some further documents, submissions for the topics to be heard this afternoon, social impact and Aboriginal cultural heritage, evidence presentations from the relevant witnesses, and technical note 31, which is document 330, which is directed toward landscape character and visual amenity mitigation measures, that being, I think, the last of the RFI matters that we were to respond to. The only other things I wanted to address by way of opening are some outstanding queries. Mr. Biggs I think it was yesterday morning, it was last week, I see, made a query or raised a query about the speed at which turbine blades move. And the short answer is that it depends on the make and the model, and it's partly a function of wind speed. There are a whole series of complexities that I won't bother the committee with, but for present purposes, a reasonable estimate is that the turbine blades move in the order of 80 to 90 metres per second maximum velocity. That's obviously a high speed, and we're not suggesting that birds will be flying through turbine blades travelling at that speed. But to the extent the query was raised, that's our response to that one. There are two other matters that had been raised. There was a query by Ms Lenihan, a sort of follow-up query by Ms Lenihan concerning Amendment BC 212. And I just can't remember whether that was something the committee had sort of response to from our part. If it is, we can respond to that this morning. And there was a query from Mr Turner about, in essence, the ground levels utilised for the purposes of the impact assessments, the visual impact assessment in particular, and a query about reconciliation of ground levels recorded within that impact assessment and the impact assessment for the shadow flicker. We're in a position to respond to both of those things if that would be a benefit to the committee.
I think that would be good to go through now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll invite Mr Wright to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I take them in order in relation to Ms Lenihan's latter query, which was in document number 295, wherein Ms Lenihan asked the proponent to outline the number of habitable dwellings impacted by the VC 212 planning provision, and then if the title owners of those dwellings had signed an agreement to increase the noise limit to 55 decibels, LA 90. You'll recall that we had an earlier discussion about VC 212 and what it did. And just to briefly reiterate, it introduced some additional amendments or permit requirements into the farming zone, inclusive of within Glenelg, that made accommodation uses effectively a Section 2 use, permit required. And if a permit application was made, relevant consideration had to be given to noise and shadow flicker impacts where, I should say the trigger was where the accommodation use was within 1 kilometre of the title boundary of an existing or proposed wind energy facility. There's a list of what the relevant facilities are, but for present purposes, this project is one of the relevant facilities as it's within the EES process, meaning that there is now extant permit requirements for any new permit applications for accommodation uses within 1 kilometre of the title boundary for the project. Now, the question that's been asked is the number of habitable dwellings impacted by that. Well, it's really not quite the right question because the changes, as I said, introduced permit application requirements. So the question perhaps ought to have been if the proponent's aware of the number of permit applications that have been made since the introduction of those changes after the Minister decided that an EES was required for the project. Now, we don't have that information. It's a matter for the Glenelg Shire Council. In any event, what we'd say about that is it's not a relevant matter for this committee to consider because those new applications really have to demonstrate that a permit ought to be granted by reference to the fact that the project is proposed. It's a matter for the proponents of those permit applications to satisfy the council in that regard, not a matter for the proponents through this process or otherwise for the IAC's consideration. So really the ultimate point we'd like to make is we don't see that the information, firstly, we can't answer the questions because they're not properly framed questions, but also if they were properly framed by reference to permit applications, it's not information we hold, nor is it of assistance to the committee's assessment of the EES. So unless the committee needs anything further, I'll leave that one there.
Thank you. Yeah.
Now, the second matter is Mr. Turner's request, and I don't know that this request has been given a document number. I might be wrong about that. It was a letter dated the 13th of June, last Friday, wherein Mr. Turner asked for clarification about differences in the elevations for turbines as between Appendix A to Appendix M, which is the shadow flicker and blade glint appendix to the EES, which provides a list of turbine coordinates and elevations, and Mr. Turner's assessment of, for one particular turbine, the closest to Nelson, which is variously called turbine 22 in Appendix M, the shadow flicker assessment, and turbine 24 for purposes of the LCVAA, the landscape visual assessment. There's in Appendix M, it indicates an elevation of around 30.5 metres, and for purposes of the landscape assessment, Mr. Turner's identified, using publicly available information, which I'll come to in a moment, an elevation of about 19.6 metres. So the question is really to explain the difference, and otherwise, if there's any other locations where there are coordinates and elevations in other EES documents for the turbines. So I need to first explain what elevations have been used in which documents and where that data comes from, and then I'll address the last question about where else one might find coordinates and elevations in the EES. So for purposes of the shadow flicker and blade glint Appendix M, my understanding is that the author of that report used a data set which is known as the SRTM data set. There's more, it's a 1 second version of that data set, and I'll just briefly explain what that is. It's a data set that was produced by NASA in February 2000. There was a radar package that was deployed from the Space Shuttle Endeavour as it flew around, and for the first time created a global radar-based elevation model for the whole planet, and that was made publicly available at some point after that. It's then been widely used globally since that time, including in this country, and is a recognised data set for that purpose. It has some inherent limitations, as one can imagine, including differences due to topography and vegetation, for example. Now, that's the primary data set that was used for the shadow flicker assessment. For purposes of Appendix L, the visual impact assessment, there were 2 data sets used. One was a specific LiDAR data set that was commissioned by the proponent, and there was a flyover of the project area with an aircraft using LiDAR radar to collate elevation data, which I understand to be in the accuracy level of centimetres. There was a second data set, which is the Victorian Government's 10-metre digital elevation model, or DEM, which is a publicly available data set, also widely used, as is the SRTM data set. And that second data set has an vertical accuracy of plus or minus 5 metres, so not as accurate as the LiDAR data set, but it was used because there were areas in the surrounds of the project that were not covered by the LiDAR flyover, including along the coastal strip. So what was used was a conjunction of the two. They were spliced together and then used to create an overall digital elevation model for purposes of the landscape and visual assessment, ultimately leading to, through the use of specialised software, a digital model of the whole project that was then translated into montage imagery and for purposes of that assessment. Now, it is the case that for that one turbine location, 22 or 24, depending on the data set, there is a difference in the elevation. The difference is explained by the fact that there are different model sets, data sets used. Now, to the extent that Mr. Turner's questions relate to the landscape and visual assessment, as I understand those data sets used, it would be accurate to say that Mr. Turner's assessment, using what I understand to be the 10-metre Victorian government DEM, is that the elevation in that location is about 19 metres, which is an AHD, Australian Height Datum level, which is based on mean sea level from the 1970s. So for purposes of those questions, that's effectively, or questions rather about the landscape matters and montage imagery, etc., it would be correct to use that number or equivalent numbers for other turbine locations, which are available using that public model. So hopefully that explains the differences, and happy to answer any further questions about that from the committee. The second question was about other locations within the ES documents where one might find coordinates, etc. And I understand that there's also a coordinate and elevation data set that's in Appendix O, which is the noise and vibration assessment. So at the back end of that document, there's an appendix providing the data set that was used for purposes of that noise assessment. Now, I've had a brief look at that data set. It uses the coordinates that are used. The coordinate data set is slightly different from other data sets that have been used. It depends on which data set one applies. That's use something called the MGA 90s for Zone 54, which is an Australian specific data set. Other data sets might use different data sets which explain a few metres difference in particular coordinate locations and consequent elevation changes. So the differences are not significant, but if one was to look at that document, don't be surprised to find some minor differences in the coordinates and elevations. So hopefully that answers the second component of the question.
Thank you. And just to confirm, at the beginning you weren't 100% sure which document the questions were in. Is it document 304? Was it in the one document? Just
open that document.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. It's document 304.
Great, thank you. No, that's great.
The only other matter we can deal with usefully as a preliminary matter is to provide a response to the recent query from Ms Stiles, document 328, the document you mentioned a moment ago. That is a query that concerns the capacity of power line deflector products to work in low light and poor visibility conditions. We can explore that through evidence to the extent that the witnesses are able to comment on that. For present purposes, though, I do note that in document 314, which is the addendum statement prepared by Mr Haag, on PDF page 28, there is a figure that shows the type of product that is proposed. That section of the addendum statement contains information in respect of the size, that is the dimensions of these types of products, the different colours in which they come, and contains a recommendation from Mr Haag that in this case white diverters be used, as they'll be less visually apparent to humans than fluorescent colours. In terms of the specific query, which is the effectiveness of this type of product in low light and poor visibility conditions, my understanding is that deflectors of this type can be treated in a way that makes them more apparent to birds in low light and poor visibility conditions without making them more prominent to the human eye. But we can obtain some further information in that regard and explore it through evidence.
Yes, thank you. That sounds good. Yes. Yep, I had read that as well in the evidence, and I had wondered from an ecological perspective. So I would be interested to hear from the experts your view on that. Thank you.
They're all the matters from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, there's one other matter I do need to just follow up with you. At the end of yesterday, we did mention that we'd be interested in receiving that summary of comments from Mr Organ in relation to those additional documents. The ISC has had a further discussion and would be interested in the views, say, a joint statement from the experts in relation to that. I understand, Mr Organ, it would happy for you to make decisions about the most efficient way to package up something like that.
Yes.
But we believe that it would be of assistance to the ISC to have some commentary from the experts collectively on whether they believe their findings are relevant to our considerations, what they concluded, and if they agree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for that indication. I haven't spoken to Mr Organ about it yet because he was under cross-examination. But in short, what we would envisage as being the most efficient way forward would be for Mr. Organ to prepare a relatively succinct summary of his position. And were you seeking input from the other witnesses, then I think it would be appropriate for them to review that document, indicate whether they agree or disagree with the findings, and that we package that up together and submit it to the committee.
Yes.
And we'll attempt to do that. We'll attempt to do that as quickly as we can, but certainly before Mr. Cumming makes his submission, which I think it's most directly relevant to.
Excellent, thank you. Yes, so in terms of the sequence of things, that would be appreciated, and that parties will have that information before making submissions.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Any other preliminary matters we need to discuss? Mr. Tobin, no, thank you. And sorry, Mr. Turner, I see you have had your hand up for a little while. I'll come to you now.
Thank you. Just a quick one following up Mr. Wright's information. I was wondering whether it would be possible to get a table of the coordinates and the accurate elevation data from the survey that Neon have commissioned, along with the different tower identifiers used.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. I'll put the question to the proponent.
We'll seek some instructions about whether we can produce a table.
Yes, thank you.
We'll come back
Thank
to you.
you.
Yeah, I'm mindful of the resources required to respond and the details, so proportionate. And perhaps, Mr. Turner, could I just ask you to just talk to the reasons for your request, just so that we've got a better understanding of that as well?
Yeah, I think the survey that Neon have commissioned is a valuable survey, valuable information, and the ground level is critical to understand the height of the turbines. The 190 metres or 270 metres, it all starts at ground level. So, plus or minus 10 metres is considerable in terms of where those turbines sit within the landscape. And the identification is a critical component of being able to understand the project, is to uniquely identify a tower.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. So yes, I'll allow the proponent an opportunity to come back to us on that. What you might be able to, if you're able to do something, and if so, clearly to the extent that you think it will be beneficial to the IAC as well.
My only immediate hesitation, Madam Chair, is that Mr. Hark's going to be called to give his evidence tomorrow. Whether I can commit to providing the document before tomorrow is highly questionable, because, as you say, it does take considerable resources and time to prepare a table like that and to make sure it does what it needs to do. So I suspect I won't be in a position to circulate that table in advance of Mr. Hark's evidence.
Yes, okay.
Just to foreshadow.
So in anticipation of that, if there are any issues arising from Mr. Hark's evidence, we can discuss at that time any additional processes that we might need. No, I appreciate it may or may not be possible. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Turner. Any other preliminary matters or questions from those online? Just having a quick look. And if not, I'll hand directly to Mr. Chessel, who will introduce the experts and take us through this morning's evidence. Thank you, and welcome to the experts who've joined us as well.
Okay. Well, we're moving now to the balance of the evidence concerning bird species. In respect of shorebirds, gulls, terns, and other water birds, we have Mr. Van Oster and Mr. Organ. In respect of all other birds, including the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo, the orange-bellied parrot, and the white-throated needletail, we have Mr. Gibson and Mr. Organ. We did prepare opening submissions in respect of these topics. I'll just simply table that. That's document 310. I won't spend time walking you through that document. Please note, though, that document 322 is the policy statement prepared under the EPBC Act in respect of migratory shorebirds, and in particular mitigating impacts on migratory shorebirds. The documents that I recommend the committee has open are as follows. Document 84 is Mr. Organ's witness statement. Document 67 is Mr. Van Oster's witness statement. Document 66 is Mr. Gibson's witness statement. I'll ask each of the witnesses to have their slide presentations open. So we have Mr. Organ's slide presentation is 247, Mr. Van Oster's is 264, and Mr. Gibson's, I've written down here as 321. Oh, that makes sense. Yes, because it's the most recent set of slides that concern this final topic. And then the only other documents that I think would usefully be open, or at least you'd usefully have to hand, are the technical notes prepared by each of the witnesses. Mr. Organ's I have as 226, Mr. Van Oster's I have as 150, and Mr. Gibson's I have as 149. What we thought we would do, consistent with the committee's earlier direction, is have ask Mr. Van Oster to first work through his summary slides for the shorebirds, gulls, terns and other water birds. Then we'll invite Mr. Organ to comment on those matters. Then we'll ask Mr. Gibson to present his summary presentation in respect of the other birds, and ask Mr. Organ to make his observations on those birds. And we're hoping that we can get through that in the next 45 minutes or so, with a view to finishing this evidence by lunch. And I think if we manage that, then we'll have a reasonable chance of getting back on track for the other topics this afternoon and into tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Van Oster, we're going to start with you. Can I invite you to please share your screen with your presentation? I think you had, in the initial set of slides, you had some slides that concern shorebirds, gulls and terns, and we'll turn to that material now, please.
Could I just clarify, Mr. Chessel, do you want me to also do the Ramsar slides, which come after the...
Yes, thank you. We'll wrap it all up.
Yep.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I just need to slide down to my slides. So as Mr. Chessel just introduced, I'm dealing now with shorebirds, gulls and terns and other threatened water birds, as was assessed in EES Appendix C. My involvement in that work was in the detailed field surveys we undertook, and as a co-author of the reporting. The nature of the assessment that we undertook, it was a large survey effort undertaken at multiple sites for shorebirds, gulls and terns and other threatened water birds. We did this at known important habitat within the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar sites. Our survey sites were selected to represent shoreline and inland suitable wetland habitats, and with potential to pick up any movement between those sites, and that was including Swan Lake, Discovery Bay Coastal Park shoreline, Lake Monbiong, and nearby unnamed wetlands, Cane Hut Swamp and Lake Sheepwash, Nobles Rock shoreline and Glenelg Estuary, including some salt marsh and Oxbow Lake. A large existing data set exists for this group of birds from a range of different sources. And our surveys did not detect any regular movements between the open ocean shoreline and inland or interdural wetlands for this group of birds. In terms of impact assessment, the great majority of the wind farm site comprises commercial pine and blue gum plantations that provide no habitat for any shorebirds, gulls or terns. The project does not involve any direct or indirect disturbance to shorebird habitats. Turbine exclusion areas have resulted in all turbines being positioned more than 5 kilometres from the key shorebird area at the Glenelg River estuary, and approximately 2 kilometres from shorebird habitat along the ocean beach. And that reduces collision risk for any migrating individuals that might be flying at height. Local flights for Latham snipe do present some residual risk, as inland wetlands and coastal interdural wetlands provide suitable habitat and movement opportunities between those. And we did record that species inland at the Gorey West property within the project area. and significant impacts are unlikely for this group of birds. So this is the second lot of my slides for this morning, dealing with Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar site, again assessed in EES Appendix C. Again, my involvement was in detailed field surveys we undertook and co-authoring of the reporting. The nature of the assessment, the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar site is located adjacent to the project area, which I'll show in a figure in a second. It's just over 22,000 hectares, including sandy shore habitat, expansive wetlands near the estuary mouth, including the Glenelg Estuary, beach and dune systems along Discovery Bay, freshwater wetlands within and behind the dune system, including the Long Swamp Complex, which includes Sheepwash Lagoon, Cane Hut Swamp, Lake Mombyong, Black Swamp, McFarlane Swamp, and several unnamed lagoons and Bridgewater Lakes. The Glenelg River Salt Wedge Estuary extends from the river mouth upstream for a distance of approximately 75 kilometres to near Dartmoor. And just quickly, I think everybody's becoming more familiar now with the mapping and location of areas, but you can see the coastal portion of the Ramsar site in blue, extending from near Bridgewater Lakes at the eastern coastal end, and then west to the Glenelg Estuary, and then the portion that's part of the Glenelg National Park, which is north of the project area. In terms of key findings, the different wetland types and structural habitats of the site provide a mosaic of habitats for waterbirds, including beaches for breeding for resident shorebirds such as red-capped plover, little tern, hooded plover, and pied oystercatcher. Intertidal areas provide feeding habitat for shorebirds that also utilise the fore dunes for roosting. Salt marsh can be used by several bird species for roosting, foraging and nesting. Freshwater wetlands provide habitat for ducks and swans and other water birds. Vegetated freshwater marshes are the preferred habitat for Australasian bittern and wading birds such as herons. Black swans build nest mounds in emergent vegetation, as do a number of other species, with important habitats ranging from tree hollows to large trees over water and dense reed beds. Shorebirds and other waterbird habitat areas provide habitat for 24 bird species listed under international migratory agreements. And in terms of impact assessment and mitigation, the project is not expected to alter the critical components, processes and services that are defined as part of the Ramsar site listing. And this is due to the habitat separation from the project area, and hooded plover and fairy tern are considered very unlikely to be involved in turbine collisions. As discussed earlier, Australasian bittern is expected to fly across the wind farm component of the project infrequently, with potential risk of turbine and transmission line collision. And my conclusion was that the project may have a significant impact on that species. Waterbird diversity and abundance is also one of the critical components, processes and services for the Ramsar site, with targets to regularly maintain greater than 32 species and maintain greater than 1% of the population of sandling. Turbine collisions are expected to be rare for waterbirds and specifically sandling. And to protect the values of the Ramsar site, the project has included exclusion of turbines within 500 metres of wetlands within the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar site. And that buffer extends out to 900 metres along much of the length of Long Swamp due to the included Brolga turbine-free buffers placed on wetlands that make up Long Swamp. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Organ, I'll invite you to please address your views in respect of the topics that Mr. Van Oster has just addressed, that is shorebirds, gulls, terns, and other water birds. And to the extent you have any comments in respect of impacts on the Ramsar site more broadly, I'll invite you to share those too, please.
So what was just what Mr. Van Oster just went through, I agree with in terms of the understanding of the habitats throughout the surrounding area. So along the coast where those water birds like hooded plover, oyster catchers, they spend all their time along the beach. So they're beach combing species. So they're restricted to the beach. They may occasionally move inland. Mr. Van Oster in the technical report goes into at length, so page 202 to 203. There's a detailed discussion on examples of how migratory shorebirds can move across the landscape. There's one specific reference to a site in northeastern Tasmania, which is the Musselrow Wind Farm project. I was involved in that project 20 years ago, undertook detailed migratory shorebird investigations at that site. There are a number of wetlands just off the coast where there are a congregation of shorebirds at certain times of year, including hooded plover. So in the technical report, it outlines the post-approval monitoring that's occurred at that site over many years, and there's been no documented fatality of shorebirds. So they're known to have a high avoidance rate of turbines. In this situation, unlike Musselrow and potentially other sites such as Stockyard Hill Wind Farm, where you've got large numbers of shorebirds that congregate. I went to a slide yesterday or Google map that showed Lake Goldsmith. So the Stockyard Hill Wind Farm supported a higher number of shorebirds for that project, with turbines located approximately 1 kilometre from that wetland where those species still use that wetland. So they typically, similar to a lot of the other bird species that we've gone through over the last couple of days, they have local movements below rotor-swept areas, so well below the 60-metre mark proposed here. So majority of their flights will be restricted along the coast, between the coast and Long Swamp and Lake Oxbow. So the potential for birds to fly across the site is very low. There's, with the exception of that, is probably a higher risk for Latham snipe between the western area of the site where brolgas were detected in those agricultural properties through to the coast. So there may be some occasional movement across the site in that location, but with respect to all the shorebirds and gull species that have been mentioned, highly unlikely to fly across the site regularly because the sheer fact there's no large suitable wetlands north of the turbine array. So again, you need to assess the project as it is and the location of wetlands through the landscape. My position and my review would be different, hypothetically, if there was a large suitable wetland to the north of the Kentbruck plantation, we'd expect large or high volume of flights. It's also important to note, just finally, the 5.1 kilometres from Lake Oxbow to the nearest turbine, that's important, so that the project has gone through that iterative evolution of avoiding potential risks on migratory shorebirds and coastal species. But also, and the documents haven't been tabled, but they're referenced in the technical report by Biosis, and I've provided the reference in my list, but they're two useful documents. So it's Maloney et al. That looked at an analysis of post-approval monitoring across Victoria for a range of species of concern. And they've got a useful list there with all the species of concern in that document, including a number of shorebirds of concern. And in that table, which I'll share quickly, Let's go to the relevant page.
We can arrange for this document to be tabled.
Thank you. Mr. Organon, sorry, I just didn't notice earlier. If I could ask you to put your camera on as well when you're speaking. Thank you.
Just hang on a minute. So this, there's the 2019 document, which I can't seem to locate, but the updated version, so updated species of concern, this is available on DECA's website, November 2024. It's referenced in both documents. It's relevant for these group of species, so shorebirds and other species that we've discussed over the last few days. It has a list of bird species of concern, and then whether there's been recorded fatalities across the data set that DECA analysed. So you'll see southern bent wingback, grey-headed flying fox. If you go down to a number of the shorebirds at the bottom of this list, so you've got red knot, great knot, and they're all migratory shorebirds, some of which would occur at Lake Oxbow, others wouldn't. There's been no documented mortality of those species across Victoria. It continues on to the following page for those species, and then it also has more listed migratory shorebirds. So there's been no documented fatality. The main reason is that these species, and I'm happy to provide that document, so there's two there, species of concern, updated November 2024, and then the previous document that Maloney et al. Did a detailed analysis of impacts on shorebirds through DECA. So yeah, the reason of the comparatively lower risk of collision, it's been documented in international studies where there's been detailed published literature on the potential risk of shorebirds. They're principally, or they're located around their foraging areas, so intertidal areas, inland wetlands, and then they migrate at the appropriate time of year, depending on where they are throughout the world. So they have that the flyway, and they will typically get up to about high elevations, so up to 1,000 or beyond meters, just straight up in the air and then head off in their migration. So there was a question asked the other day around what's the potential risk of those episodic migration flights leading to mortality of that species or multiple species, and it's low given that there's no turbines proposed north of Lake Oxbow, and Long Swamp itself is not likely to support large numbers of those shorebirds because that's a swamp. It's not, they don't have exposed mud flats or other site characteristics that would lead to a higher number of birds in those areas. It's mainly Lake Oxbow where you get a concentration of those shorebirds, and some along the coast. So I agree with the assessment. There's also a detailed impact assessment on the Ramsar wetland documented in the biosis report. So that goes through the thresholds or the limits of acceptable change, and that's been assessed appropriately. So I don't have any other comments in relation to that, but just to note that those two documents from DECA and then the literature that shows that there's a higher avoidance rate in this group of species.
Thank you. Just before we move on to the next topic, shortly prior to you giving evidence, we were notified of updates to the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas. I can't recall to what extent those updates concerned shorebirds, gulls, terns, or other water birds. Are you in a position, Mr. Organ, to comment on whether the updates concern those species, and if they did, to what extent they bear upon the evidence that you've given?
Yeah, that's outlined on page 25 of my evidence. So
Okay.
I've gone through where I've listed the several listing events. So
Does that include the most recent listing event that we were notified about on, I think it was Friday of the week before last?
So there was a listing event under the EPBC Act where there are a number of species such as ruddy tern, stone, Latham snipe. They were always considered migratory under the EPBC Act,
Yep.
but then recently they were elevated to a threatened status under that legislation. I think what you're referring to is a list under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act.
Sorry, I'm not being clear. The update to the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas that had been notified by one of the submitters, the ecologist from the National Glenelg Trust, the trust, and that there had been a number of additional entries of different sightings of different species in and around the wind farm site. And my question is whether any of those updated records concern shorebirds, gulls, terns, and other water birds, and to the extent that they do, whether that, or to what extent, if at all, that bears upon the evidence that you give.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. So that's clear. I have looked at that data when it came through a week or so ago. From my recollection, there were no additional records from that data set that included migratory shorebirds. There were additional records of red-tailed black cockatoo, Australasian bittern, and a range of other species, but not migratory shorebirds. But when I've looked at all that data, even if there were additional records, the location of those records, all of them are in locations where those species have been recorded previously. So you'll get over time an influx of data that's submitted to both Birdline, the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas, iNaturalist, and one of the things as part of my review, which I mentioned earlier, I didn't mention just then, was that I did an updated search of the database, because the previous, which I mentioned on the first day, the database extraction was by BIOS was undertaken in 2022. There are a number of additional records, and they're outlined on page 26 and 27 of my evidence, but none of those included gull species or shorebird species in and surrounding the site. So it's been comprehensively covered in terms of the data set. And it's really important to note that there's BirdLife Australia have regular volunteers that do ongoing bird counts at Lake Oxbow along the coastal strip, and you'll even see that most recent data of blue-winged parrot, a lot of them were along the coast where someone's literally walked along the beach and documented that species at the time of year, probably coming over from Tasmania. So there's a large data set that's been used to inform the impact assessment for this group of birds, and I'm comfortable with what's been undertaken to inform the impact assessment.
Okay, thank you. Member Kendall, if you're happy, I was going to now move to the next
thank you. That would be good.
topics. Okay, Mr. Gibson, I'll invite you to share your screen, please, with your slide presentation that concerns the balance of the bird species, that is, species including the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo, the orange-bellied parrot, the white-throated needletail. As I understand it, we're also picking up a bat species, the grey-headed flying fox, as well as part of this presentation. Is that right? Okay, so if we could, when you're ready, have your camera on.
Yep, my camera's on.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a number of species to go through. The these are, as we've spoken about before, the way we split up our evidence was basically water birds and marine shorebirds and then birds of more terrestrial environments. So I'm focusing on those. I won't go through the methods in detail for each of these birds, but in general, we did a range of bird utilisation surveys and other, in some cases, some targeted surveys for specific birds. But in general, most of the bird assessment was done by bird utilisation surveys. But we'll start with the grey-headed flying fox. So grey-headed flying fox are expanding in Victoria, particularly Western Victoria. There's a number of camps that have been set up that have established in recent years, often in parks and gardens, but also there has been some that have established in pine plantations. We didn't undertake any specific surveys for grey-headed flying fox as part of our study, but we're aware of one camp near Dartmoor, I think it's about 17 kilometres north of the project area. Our impact assessment for this species is that they're unlikely to be flying regularly within the site, and that's based on the location of foraging resources. There's not much reason for them to be flying through the site to the coastal vegetation. They primarily forage on flowering eucalypts and other flowering trees and fruiting trees around towns. So there is potential for camps to be established in the area. However, we don't think the Kentbruck plantation is particularly suitable for camps because there's very little permanent water close to the plantation. So where they have established in pine plantations, they're normally close to streams and permanent water. So our conclusion is that the project's unlikely to constitute a significant impact to that species. I should state that there has been collisions of grey-headed flying fox in other wind farms within Western Victoria. So on to the birds, starting with the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo. Of note with this species, we did some additional surveys where we could find birds at the time of our studies. We went and looked at them and observed them up near Edenhope, where the majority of the population was at the time, with a view to trying to quantify their flight behaviour and flight height. During our surveys, we didn't record them within or near the site. There were some records of the species, I believe, on the year that we did the majority of our surveys around Nelson. But yeah, we didn't record them during our work. There are some records. Well, they're frequently recorded north of the site, around the Lower Glenelg National Park. A lot of records around Nelson and along the river, and where brown stringybark occurs to the north of the site. Less frequently recorded in the Combobony Forest. There's not much brown stringybark over that way. And then again, there are records near Haywood, where again we get into some of the brown stringybark area. So the plantation itself doesn't provide foraging or roosting habitat for this species. There hasn't been any observations of them feeding on pine cones like the relative, the yellow-tailed black cockatoo, is known to do. Our flight observations recorded very few flights above 60 metres, and this. So the lack of habitat within the site, the lack of reason for them to be flying south of the site, and they're generally low flying behaviour below that 60 metres height leads us to conclude that the project is unlikely to constitute a significant impact. In my statement, I did look in detail at some of the records south of the site. There are a number of records over the years in the Discovery Bay Coastal Park to the south of the site, including records at Lake Monbiong and some records along Portland Nelson Road. So the species can occasionally fly down that way. There's not a lot of foraging resource for them to do so, but we believe these are likely to be very rare flights, and the level of observations in that area south of the site is certainly much less frequent than to the north of the site, where they're regularly observed around Lower Glenelg National Park.
Can you explain the nature of the study that was undertaken in respect of flight height data? That is, in the event that there was infrequent movements to the south of the site, as you've identified, what evidence has been obtained in respect of flight height for this particular species relative to the rotor split type?
Yeah, so we had some observers spending several days observing the groups and recording their flight heights, or estimating their flight heights from observations, and recording behaviour and the habitat they were in. The habitat was stringybark. It was brown stringybark woodland, which is a little bit lower than the pine plantation, than a mature pine plantation potentially. So, but yeah, the vast majority of flights were under 30 metres, with very few flights above that. There is some concern that the species may fly high in response to raptor attacks, if you like, or presence, like wedge-tailed eagles. We didn't observe that behaviour. That is possible though, but we don't think there's a lot of reason for them to be in the site or flying through the site to the south based on the distribution of habitat. So I should note we didn't record them during our surveys, but they are relatively frequently recorded north of the site. And the additional data you mentioned before that came through from one of the submitters, which was a set of new records that had been submitted to and accepted into the Victorian Biodiversity Atlas. There were some additional records of red-tailed black cockatoo, including one record quite close to the northwest corner of the site, near Nelson. But the distribution of those records doesn't really change our understanding of where they occur within and near the site. Gang cockatoo. This is another species that forages primarily on eucalyptus and acacia seeds. They were recorded during our surveys, mostly in the eastern portion of the area, the Kabobony Forest, and some flying around in the farmland to the east. They're relatively common within the region, and the southwest Victorian region is an important stronghold for the species. They've recently been listed under both EPBC Act and only just this year under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. So our findings with this species are that they are, again, relatively unlikely to fly through the pine plantation regularly, and that's based on the lack of foraging species within that area. I believe there has been observations of them foraging on fallen pine cones, but it's not a regular occurrence. Certainly not to the extent that it appears to be with yellow-tailed black cockatoos. The undergrounding of the transmission line is an important impact minimisation measure for this species. That Cobobony Forest is one of the important areas for them, and there is some minor habitat removal near Haywood, and for access to the terminal station, and the assumed losses of trees along Boiler Swamp Road, which we discussed several days ago. If there is significant loss of trees, it may impact on this species. But overall, our assessment is that the project's unlikely to constitute a significant impact. Orange-bellied parrot, another is a critically endangered species. It's a partial migrant, with the majority of the population migrating from Tasmania through to Victoria, and appearing at various spots along the coast, and potentially moving along the coast. We did detect one of these birds near Swan Lake in our surveys, and as a result of that, we intensified our targeted surveys in those areas and focused on habitat or potential habitat near where there'd been previous records of the species around Swan Lake, Nobles Rocks, and near the Glenelg Estuary. Other than that one observation, we didn't record any further orange-bellied parrots. The distribution of habitat near the site is largely along within Discovery Bay Coastal Park. There is potential that they may use habitat within the Kentbruck Heath area, which is north of the Portland Nelson Road, in the east of the study area. There's no records of the species within the Kentbruck Heath, but some of those areas are reasonably difficult to access, and it is possible that they occur there from time to time. If they are to fly from habitat within Discovery Bay Coastal Park and the Kentbruck Heath, those movements are likely to be through areas where there's that are free of turbines, because there's no turbines within the farmland to the south of the Kentbruck Heath area. The majority of vegetation north of the study area is unsuitable habitat, so the pine plantation and most of Lower Glenelg National Park isn't habitat for this species. They really do focus on salt marsh and other sort of low shrubby vegetation. The flight behaviour is assumed to be similar to the closely related blue-winged parrot, which we did capture a range of flight height data for as part of the project, and very few flights above that 60-metre mark. There's no history of collisions with commercial wind turbines. I believe there was one documented collision with a small turbine attached to a building somewhere, but not a commercial wind farm. And again, we consider the project is unlikely to constitute a significant impact. I guess other key aspects of this species ecology is the period where it's present. So it's a winter migration, so it comes to the mainland primarily during our winter, turning up somewhere between March and April and departing again around October. A blue-winged parrot is closely related to the orange-bellied parrot. This species was added to the EPVC Act following our survey, so in March 2023. We did record quite a few blue-winged parrots. Most of the observations were at our bird utilisation sites in the east of the study area, or opportunistic observations when we were undertaking other studies, particularly in the farmland in the east, where turbines are now excluded, primarily due to brolga breeding buffers we discussed yesterday. So we recorded 115 flights, which we generally don't do collision risk modelling unless we have over 100 flights. In this case, we did. So there were some flights above the 60-metre area, but they were very infrequent, with the majority of flights beneath that. So the CRM predicted 1.38 collisions per year using that 95% turbine avoidance rate. So we did some comparisons here between the 45-metre ground clearance and the 60-metre ground clearance, and this is one species where the increased turbine height did result in a lower collision prediction. And that's basically because the lower turbine had more flights within the rotor swept zone. Yeah, the species is relatively common. It's another species that, while it has been listed under the EPBC Act, it's not listed under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act currently. It is relatively common within Southwest Victoria, regularly preserved, particularly around farmland and forested areas. So based on our findings, there is potential for collisions, but the project is unlikely to constitute a significant impact, which is based on the proportion of the population likely to be impacted for the life of the project, which is documented in our report. Eastern ground parrot, another parrot. This one's Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act listed. There's a location around that Nobles Rocks area where there's a population that's relatively well known, and we did record them there. They're another species that likes low shrubby vegetation. They're a relatively secretive species that is fairly it sticks to the low vegetation, doesn't very often undertake long flights. There are potential for regional flights for this species, so it can periodically undertake long flights, but the majority of flights are very low and staying close to the vegetation. So this is another species that could potentially occur in the Kentbruck Heath. It hasn't been confirmed in there. The habitat's certainly suitable, but it just depends whether there's a remnant population there. Still, there's very few populations left in Victoria. There's a population in Carlisle River area in the Otways, and more populations in East Gippsland, and the impacts from fires on some of those East Gippsland populations are part of the reason for its listing as endangered. So yeah, potential for movements between Discovery Bay and the Kentbruck Heath. There is potential there, but these are likely to occur in areas that are proposed to be free of turbines, and regular flights within the rotor swept zone are considered highly unlikely. And as a result, we don't think the project is likely to impact upon this species. White-throated needletail. I think that's it for the parrots. So white-throated needletail is a swift. It's listed under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act and the EPBC Act, both as a vulnerable species and a migratory species. It's a species that spends the majority of its time on the wing when it's in Australia. It migrates from further north and spends a few months in Australia, and it's thought to be within southern Victoria for a relatively short period, only a couple of months. So we did pick up this species in our bird utilisation surveys in January and February. We had a range of observations over a fairly short time period. It does fly within rotor swept height. It's a high flying swift. that flies, has a relatively rapid flight. It's thought to be one of the fastest flying birds in the world. And there is a history of mortalities with this species and a range of wind farms. So we had sufficient information for this species to do collision risk modelling, and the prediction for the 60-metre ground clearance turbines was just over 1 collision per year, and that was based on some conservative estimations of the size of the population that's likely to be present on the site and the amount of time that it's present with. That's assuming 3 months of presence on the site. With that collision prediction, it is under the significant impact threshold, leading to a conclusion that the project is unlikely to constitute a significant impact. This is a species where there is potential for mitigation, and some of the systems that we've been discussing a few days back about detection and curtailment, etc. So when we did the comparisons with the lower turbines and the higher turbines with this species, I think it was the only species that actually the collision rate was higher for the 60-metre ground clearance than the 45. So they are a high flying species. Sorry. So there's another swift that occurs in the area, which is the Pacific or fork-tailed swift, which is listed as a migratory species under the EPBC Act. We didn't detect this species. It is relatively regularly detected in the area, and there's been some recent records. It is possible that if it was occurring in mixed flocks with white-throated needletail, it might have been overlooked. But we are assuming it's present in the area. It's widespread over most of Australia. I should state, sorry, the white-throated needletail is a little bit more tied to treed habitats, so it's more common in southern Victoria than and the Alps than it is sort of further inland, whereas the Pacific swift is relatively it occurs over most of Australia. It's not necessarily as closely tied to treed habitats. It's another species that is likely to fly within rotor swept height. The population of this species is considerably larger. While we weren't able to do any collision risk modelling for this species, if we did overlook it, it would have been counted in the impacts for white-throated needletail, in which case the prediction would be well under the thresholds for migratory species. So the project is considered unlikely to constitute a significant impact on this species. There's a couple of raptor species that we've considered. The little eagle is relatively rare within the area. There are a scattering of records, and this is a FFG Act vulnerable species. It's not particularly tied to pine plantation, and the project's not likely to be directly impacting on important habitat for the species. There is potential for collision risk, but it's likely to be an infrequent event, and the project's considered unlikely to impact upon it. White-bellied sea eagle is also endangered under the FFG Act. We did detect this species in farmland in the eastern part of the project area. There's a history of records both along the coast and along the Glenelg River. The pine plantation itself doesn't constitute important habitat for this species. There is some potential for collision with this species, but this is considered to be likely to be an infrequent event due to the site not supporting habitat for the species. There is potential the species might fly through the area. It generally follows waterways and coastlines, but flights through the study area, through the project area, are possible. There's three threatened owl species that we considered: powerful owl, barking owl, and masked owl. These species are all fairly limited to native forest within the area. The powerful owl is the one that's the most frequently recorded. We recorded it in our studies at a reference site closer to Portland, not within the site, but there's a regular history of records within the Kobobini Forest and the Lulganog National Park. Pine plantations, unlikely to support important habitat for this species. For these species, powerful owl is primarily forages on arboreal mammals, ringtail possums, other gliders, etc. So is likely to be more tied to habitats where those prey species are more common. The masked owl does forage on ground species, so potentially more widespread in areas where ground mammals are common. So yeah, these three species we feel are powerful owl is definitely well known in the forested areas. The other two are less common in the area, but can occasionally be present. So the project being located in the pine plantation is not disturbing important habitat for these species. The undergrounding of the transmission line is a mitigation measure that reduces the risk of collision with that external transmission line. Tree impacts along Boiler Swamp Road may lead to slight reduction in habitat for these owls, but this occurring in the context of a very large area of bushland. And as we've discussed, we believe those calculations have been very conservative at this point. And yeah, the project is considered unlikely to impact on these species. In terms of flight height, there's not much information on owl species. However, they generally fly within the canopy, and not aware of any history of collisions with turbines to date. There's a couple of other species to get through. The Rufous bristlebird is endangered under the Flora and Fauna Guarantee Act. This is a small ground and low shrub dwelling species that's relatively common in the area. If you know their call, they're pretty common within Discovery Bay Coastal Park. We did observe them moving small distances into young pine plantation, and the buffers that we're proposing along the Discovery Bay Coastal Park would certainly capture most of those movements. So yeah, the project's not removing important habitat for this species, and it's highly unlikely to undertake flights within the rotoswept zone. And therefore, the project is considered unlikely to impact upon the species. King quail. This is one, there's been very infrequent records of the species. And it has been, the records were more in heathland type vegetation. So the majority of the project being located in pine plantation is unlikely to impact upon it. And I guess the rarity of records within the area, and one of the key factors that lead us to think the project is not going to impact upon the species. That's all of those.
Thank you. I'm mindful of the time. We're happy to keep going.
I think we'll break now
Break
for
now?
15 minutes. So come back at 11:40 and you may have some questions and then we'll go into cross-examination.
Yes, we're just going to get Mr. Organ was just going to touch on
Of course. Sorry, Mr.
some
Organ.
of those species, but perhaps not all of them.
Yes, no.
There are a few that I think are more the focus of submissions than others. So we'll direct Mr. Organ to address
Thank you.
some of those.
Yeah, I think we'll break now, though, so we'll come back in 15 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. All good. Thank you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Happy to continue
Yes,
from
thank
where we're
you.
up to. So, Mr. Organ, I think the most efficient way to conclude this part of the evidence would be to turn to your slide presentation, which is document 247. And at page 35 through 45 of that presentation, you address a number of the species that Mr. Gibson previously addressed. I'd invite you to please work through those slides, and if there are any residual comments you have about any of the other species, I think that would be a convenient time to address those other matters at the end.
Okay, I'll go through this with as little duplication as possible, and keeping in mind the value or the information provided to the committee where it's helpful. I'd like to say from the outset as part of my review, my witness statement is very detailed on each one of these species, particularly the species of concern that have been raised by DECA, so red-tailed black cockatoo, orange-bellied parrot. I've touched on in the response in the relevant sections, white-throated needletail, and a range of other species that we've just gone through. I'll start out by just going through a few visuals on the distribution of the various species and then how that relates to the project and where there may or may not be any risk for those species. And then I'll finalise by just going through in terms of my review whether the work that's been undertaken to date adequately covers off on those species and the impact assessment in more broadly. So red-tailed black cockatoo.
Mr. Organ, sorry, not to rush you, but if we can head towards completing cross-examination by 1, that would be excellent. So just keeping in mind, we've probably got an hour or so of cross-examination. So just...
Yeah, I think that works. We'll aim to conclude this by midday or thereabouts, 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, these are available, so I won't go through it at length. I'll just skip through them and then I'll go through more relevant points. So the national distribution of red-tailed black cockatoo, you can see that the southern range extends into the just north of the project area with about 4 or 5 records to the south of the proposed turbine configuration, which I'll go through my analysis or assessment of those records. These are all the combined records of this particular species throughout the local area. As you'll see, there's a number of largely centred around the northern part of the project area with a couple of records to the south along the coastal strip. But most of the records, not the entire population, moves through to the southern part of its range. It's quite nomadic, depending on the availability of food resources with brown stringy bark and bull oak habitat that this species solely forages on. I've gone through a detailed analysis. So the initial biosis assessment said that or documented a number of records along the southern part of the site. There was no detailed analysis of the validity of accuracy of those records. So on page number 48 and 49 of my evidence, I've gone through a fair detailed assessment of those records, including table 4 on the following page, which is page 50. There were at least 3 of those records that were clearly inaccurate based on the description of the record. So that was a useful exercise to go through, plus the distribution of available habitat. So it's really important, again, I stress that from the start, there's a number of species we've gone through, but it's very clear here to go through a demarcation or the location or distribution of the suitable habitat for the various species, because the reason why a lot of them are threatened is because they rely on their specialist species and they rely on particular habitats to persist through the landscape. So this is one of the species where red-tailed black cockatoo is a very specialised, requires one or two species to feed, and therefore those records, there's a couple of them that have the species have been recorded to the south. It's very low likelihood that this species will regularly fly across the site. And with the study that was undertaken as part of the Wombolano wind farm, which Biosis referenced in their report, they undertook a fairly comprehensive survey of flight heights of red-tailed black cockatoo. And I've reviewed that report, and essentially that's fed into their impact assessment, saying there's a very low likelihood of impact for this species relating to the project. No clear flight paths, no very low likelihood that they feed in the pine plantation, and there's no suitable habitat, very little suitable habitat. I'll probably say no suitable habitat, foraging habitat to the south of the site along the coastal strip. There's no brown stringy bark, there's no bullack woodland. They would occasionally fly through there over the life of the project, but very low risk of any collision. These are the various records in the local area. This is the species that's intensely surveyed every single year as part of the national counts. We've got a fairly reliable, accurate population count of this species, the red-tailed black cockatoo. You'll see all those dots on the map. They're around, along Lower Glenelg National Park, along the river. I did mention, I think, in my evidence that the turbines that are probably at the highest risk, which would need to be monitored as part of the post-approval ban plan, is turbine number 100 and, if I can see that correctly, 103, 45 and 44, where potentially the birds could fly across the site, again, at most likely at lower rotor-swept area, but those turbines there present a comparatively still a low risk, but a potential risk for this species, which can be picked up as part of any post-approval monitoring program. You can see that the remainder of the site, pretty much low quality habitat to the north through the turbine configuration there. Likewise to the south and the southwest. There's only one record in 2011, right down in the southeast of the site, with very little suitable habitat for this particular species. Again, very few knowledge gaps, extensively surveyed. The next species which was mentioned is the white-throated needletail. There's nothing unique about this site that would present a high risk for this species. It is a fast-flying species, and it has been documented in those reports that I mentioned earlier from DECA. There's been documented fatalities of this species across multiple wind farms, both in Victoria and Tasmania. In my report, I've gone through a detailed review of the use of Identiflight to identify this species and the information that's been captured as part of the seasonal variation. It's a seasonal migrant, and there will be mortalities most likely to this species associated with the project. And this is one species where a collision risk model has been provided, and I'm comfortable with the assessment and the conclusion reached in terms of not having a significant population impact nationally.
Just before you move off from that slide, what does that distribution suggest to you as to the risk posed by this project to this species, as opposed to any other wind farm comprising 105 turbines of the size and dimensions proposed here, anywhere else within southwestern Victoria or other parts of Victoria?
There's nothing unique that this project presents with respect to the number of turbines, the topography, the location, the type of turbine, the height. This species flies rapidly from pretty much ground level up to 100 metres, and it will fly around really quickly through a wind farm array. I've seen them fly out at Cattle Hill. There's been a recent presentation that's been undertaken as part of the Clean Energy Council, which I attended. I work regularly with Goldwind on that project and previously, and others as well, where they've been using Identiflight. There's been over 4,000 tracked flights of this species where there's been very few mortalities. I think there's just a small number. There might be less than 10 or so over the course of 5 years for that project. So they're highly manoeuvrable, and they can avoid turbines, but still prone to collision given their flight behaviour. These are the record. There was a number of records of this species on the site during the point count surveys, which Mr. Gibson went through. That's the Identiflight, can identify this species, and also SWIFT through the neural network and analysis as part of that. The next species, Orange Valley Parrot. So there was concerns raised or in the submissions, this species and along with others that we've just gone through. Orange Valley Parrot critically endangered, about 172 birds last count in June that are leaving Melaleuca down in southwest Tasmania. Only a proportion of that population will most likely reach the mainland. They're restricted to the coast, so coastal environments not. It was quite a good find that Biosis detected this species in just south of the study area. Highly elusive, just given the sheer numbers of the population nationally. They predominantly occur at the Western Treatment Plant, Lake Connewarre out near Geelong, and very few records out Western Victoria. Very low likelihood of flying across the site. They're restricted to the coastal area. They may occasionally fly to north across the site, but very low numbers and very rare event. There's been no documented mortalities that I'm aware of for existing wind farms at Woolnorth, Studland Bay, Heemskirk, on the right bang smack in the migration pathway for this species at other operating wind farms. So it presents a low risk given the species ecology and low flight behaviour. Previous records. Next one, blue-winged parrot. I agree with Mr. Gibson's analysis. This is a species that was listed over the last few years. It's distributed across the state. Quite, one would say, locally common in some areas. It has experienced some declines over recent years, and that's probably why it's afforded that higher level of protection under the legislation. This is another species where I have had a look at the impact assessment and the collision risk model. For the species, so based on the number of flight paths and the number of individuals, there's predicted to be 1.5 collisions with this species per year, and the estimated population is around 10,000 birds, so that's less than the 1% threshold, so therefore it's not likely to be a significant impact for this particular species. My understanding to date, I'm pretty sure there's been no documented mortality of this species. Again, check the DECA document on that for species of concern. Multiple records along the coast, actively surveyed throughout the year, given the interest in the area for a range of species. I've just put that slide up for next discussion. So just in summary, just going through, if I can just go through a bit more detail on red-tailed black cockatoo, because that was highlighted as a concern by BirdLife and also DECA, saying that the project will have a significant impact on that species, which, based on available information, the flight height, the species nomadic nature, where you only get a small proportion of the population in the region at any particular time of the year, their flight behaviour and the no available habitat for the species on the site, it presents a very low risk of mortality, no displacement, no removal of suitable habitat for this species, which I've gone through in my evidence. Gang cockatoo, likewise, would be restricted to the forest environment, low likelihood of any engagement or fatality associated with the wind farm. Ground parrot, highly specialised species that will pretty much occur on the coast. Low level flights, not documented to fly above that 60 metre mark. There'll be very rare occasions if it did so. One of the other species that was just mentioned, I've got three others, but one thing that I agree with Mr. Gibson, but caution would need to be, there needs to be caution with respect to grey-headed flying fox. That's one of the species that has picked up in post-construction mortality assessments. So the report that Mr. Cumming tabled, which I went through yesterday, was the Salt Creek Wind Farm, the post-approval monitoring. You'll see in that report there's been a number of fatalities of that species at that site and other sites, and the main reason for that is because one Salt Creek wind farm has got a number of remnant woodland present on the site and surrounding the site, and also there's in Western Victoria there's a lot of mature sugar gums that have been planted along roadsides. So grey-headed flying foxes are attracted to those areas when they're in flower. However, on this site, there's no suitable foraging habitat that would attract grey-headed flying foxes. They can travel up to 100 kilometres or more a night. There are documented camps around Mount Gambier and Dartmoor that I'm aware of. So there's a potential that through migration between those camps to other camps across to Ballarat, Geelong, Melbourne, Bendigo, there'll be exchange of individuals and therefore they will present a risk of mortality. However, that's not expected to be at a population level impacts, but it's a species that's nocturnal. It will be susceptible to turbine strike and there will potentially be fatalities associated with the project for this species. And adaptive management processes will have to be applied potentially. But in terms of the level of impact, I agree with Mr. Gibson in terms of that they need water. They typically have camps along waterways, like there's one out at Kew at Yarra Bend Park where there's essentially 90,000 plus bats reside there, and they need that water source, particularly in summer where they fly down and keep themselves wet. So there's no suitable roost sites or campsites on the site or in the vicinity of the project area, but during those migration periods, there's expected to be individuals fly across the site. If I just draw your attention to like section 14 of my evidence and table 6, I've gone through I've provided the comments regarding the impacts of the remaining species. So I've touched on grey-headed flying fox, gang cockatoo, fork-tailed swift. Owls aren't likely to persist on the site. The Kentbruck plantation may form part of both of those species, the mast owl or powerful owl's home range. But again, they fly below rotor-swept area in forest environments, not up around 60 metres. They're essentially flying around looking for prey in a forest environment for those species. Rufous bristlebird, locally common, occurs right through the west coast of Victoria. Heathland specialists, they're likely to occur on the site, but they are essentially low-flying ground sub-level mid-story specialists. They don't fly up turbine height, so therefore presents a very low risk for Rufous bristlebird.
Mr. Organ, I'm happy to proceed on the basis that those parts of your report read. I have one further question for you concerning the topics we've discussed this morning, and it concerns the commitment made on the part of the proponent to implement as part of the BAMP further investigations that will be informed where appropriate by the adoption of the types of technologies that have been described within the material that's before the committee. What benefit do you say that type of further monitoring and implementation of potential curtailment may have in respect of reducing the impact of the project on these various species we've identified?
Yeah, I think that the question was raised yesterday in relation to using that technology for Australasian bittern and whether the significant impact threshold would be reduced down if that was applied. I think for that particular species, yes, because there was essentially some knowledge gap in relation to the population. However, for the range of the species that were just mentioned, we've got pretty good knowledge of where they occur, the numbers and the likely use across the landscape. So I think I'm confident that there's sufficient information available for all the species we've gone through today to accurately assess the impacts the project on those species, given the species ecology. The use of these technologies further, it's a reducing any residual impact even further, because you can only capture enough sufficient information when you're out there, field observers collecting data. The benefit of this technology can be set up and run consistently every day to capture information. So it can be used, again, hypothetically. I gave an example of putting 1 or 2 units along Nelson, Portland Road, I think it is, where the brolgas were recorded out to the eastern paddock. You could easily set them up during the period where they're present. Likewise, if there was a potential higher level risk for red-tailed black cockatoo or another species, migratory shorebird, you can set up a unit out to the north or to the west of the site to capture that information. So I'm not saying we need to do that to then inform whether there's going to be a significant impact or not on the species that we're talking about. I'm confident there won't be, based on the things we've gone through, but having that in place can further inform any curtailment or any adaptive management actions that need to be applied. It's essentially a tool in the toolbox that you can use, but I'm not saying it needs to be undertaken.
Yeah. Okay. My last question is an open question, and I might ask Mr. Venosta to address it at first instance. I should have put it to you before we moved on to the new topics. There was a query this morning from a submitter about the potential effectiveness of bird detection devices on power lines, overhead power lines, particularly during low light conditions. I'm wondering, Mr. Venosta, whether you have any opinion in respect of their potential effectiveness under those conditions.
Yes, there are bird diverter devices that can be attached to power lines that can operate with visible light. So they use LED lighting within those bird diverters. So there are commercially available products. Yeah.
Anything to add to that, Mr. Gibson or Mr. Organ?
I'll just say that there's multiple published papers, and if you just do a Google on this topic, there's a range of products available that are used widely across the aviation industry and other sectors. So there's a high level of confidence they work at various light levels, and it can be applied for the project.
Okay. All right. Thank you. They're the questions.
Thank you. So thank you to the experts for your summaries there. We will move into cross-examination. I'll hand to Mr. Tobin to direct his questions and if you could just clearly state which expert the question's directed to, but you're asking questions on behalf of DECA. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. Good morning, Mr. Venosta, Mr. Organ, Mr. Gibson. I just, for the benefit of the committee and yourselves, I'll just outline what we've proposed to do. We've got a number of questions in relation to some but not all of the species that have been canvassed this morning, and I propose to go through species by species, and then there are a number of matters that relate to the BAMP, which I'll go through at the end, which will probably be across the three of you to some extent or another, because they'll relate to specific queries on that document. So where we will start, though, is with Mr. Gibson and the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo. Now, what I wanted to start with was it's your conclusion, isn't it, that the cockatoo is unlikely to fly across the site, but may, correct?
It may, but it's unlikely to be a regular occurrence.
Yeah. Informing the view about the likelihood of it accessing the site, have you considered whether the bird may access those permanent and semi-permanent water bodies to the south of the plantation site for drinking purposes?
Not specifically. There were some of the records that are south of the site were from the Lake Mombyong area. The records don't state what the birds were doing there. But that is that's a potential
Yeah.
reason why they may go there. But there is, there's also, water elsewhere, including along the river.
There is water elsewhere, but that there are some permanent water sources, if you like, to the south of the plantation, and you'd accept, wouldn't you, that that's a plausible rationale for the species to fly across the project area?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now, the second thing I wanted to ask you about is the cockatoo. Is it a flocking bird?
Yeah, they usually fly in groups of various sizes.
Yeah. And so, how have, in assessing the risk, Mr. Gibson, have you given effect? Well, firstly, I should ask the foundation: is there a risk then of multiple fatalities if there is contact?
Well, yeah, if a flock were to fly through the site, then yeah, there's potentially more than one bird at risk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how has that been accounted for through technical Appendix C and the assessment that underpins it?
We have considered the flocking behaviour, and there is some consideration of that in Appendix C. We don't see that flying in flocks changes the risk profile of actual collisions. Obviously, if more than one bird gets hit, then it's a greater impact. But our conclusions are based, as I've stated, on the lack of habitat to the south and the rarity of any observations of the species, either in the plantation or south of the plantation.
Okay. Now, technical Appendix C includes itself Appendix 7, which is the summary of the study that Mr. Chessel took you to earlier in your evidence in sheet. That's right?
Is that the black cockatoo study?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the relevant study as to flight behaviour for this species.
Yeah, that's the only information we were able to get on flight height.
Yeah. Were you directly involved in that study?
Not in the field surveys, no.
Okay.
No.
Well, I'll ask you some questions. You may or may not be able to assist, but just let us know. So the study took place in respect of a stringy bark forest.
Yep.
Do you stringy bark forests, on Deeker's understanding, can be quite variable in height, both vertical height, but also it can also be quite variable in terms of how consistent they are in terms of ways through the forest. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean they can be a forest or a woodland type structure.
Yeah.
Yep.
And do you know in this case what the particular structure was? What the particular structures were like?
I believe we've documented that in the report. That it was, I think we've got some estimates of tree height in there. Not off the top of my head, but
well, are you able? What I've got, if I just start sharing the screen, this is technical Appendix 7 here.
Yep.
Technical Appendix C, Appendix 7. Apologies. It includes. It includes some results in this table, and it records flights both over open country and then flights that were within or over woodland. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. What I'm interested in understanding is, or can we discern from the material in Technical Appendix C, how the height of this woodland or the structure of this woodland would compare to the plantation environment in which this wind farm is situated?
Do you mean did we document that in Appendix C, or would you like me to?
Oh, I'd like you to
now?
expand on it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not confining you to this document.
Yeah,
We're seeking information.
Yep. Well, yeah, the stringy bark woodland is likely to have been structurally a bit different to the pine plantation in that the trees would have the trees are more sprawling in shape, or wider canopies. There's potentially more gaps between the canopies, and it was, my understanding, done in a landscape where there was open areas and mosaic of cleared areas and gaps between trees, etc. The pine plantation is generally a uniform height plantation, starting out as a young plantation, quite dense, and then opening out gradually as the trees get higher to a point where it would be open enough that the cockatoos could fly within the canopy as it gets taller, but it's certainly more uniform in height likely, and the mature plantation likely to be a bit higher than where these observations were made.
Okay. And in your expert opinion, how, if at all, would that impact how would the data we got here translate to the environment that we're talking about in the case of this wind farm? Would we see different heights?
Well, we wouldn't expect the birds to be behaving exactly the same in those two different habitats, but we did. This is a case where we weren't able to observe them within the site because they weren't there and they weren't flying within the plantation. So we're not aware of anywhere where we could actually observe them within a pine plantation. So
yeah, we
observed them where we could.
Can I put you, and I accept that, but can I put this to you? Is it plausible or even likely that in a pine plantation you'll get higher flights than you would through the sort of environment where this study was undertaken?
They're, potentially slightly higher, but I think still unlikely to be flying regularly within rotor swept height, when we're talking about a 60 metre height.
Now, Mr. Organ, in your statement at section 8.3.2, page 52, you offer a view on the stringy bark forests and the flight heights of this species, and you've just heard the questions put to Mr. Gibson, so I wanted to throw it open to you to provide any comments that you'd like to add to that.
I agree with Mr. Gibson's response, but yeah, one would think that in a woodland environment through Western Victoria, where it's stringy bark woodland, they do fly above canopy height, and also through the canopy. Realistically, if you've got a dense forest of pine plantation, they're going to try and fly through the forest. They'll go around where there's access tracks, or there'll be situations where they fly above the canopy as well. So there will be situations where their flight behaviour will change depending on the obstacle in front of them. However, if you look at those numbers there in table 34,
you want those back up? Yeah,
I've got them on my screen, but
I'll pop them back up.
So it's still overwhelmingly, there's the reason why they were documenting flying at that height in those areas was because the birds were there in suitable habitat foraging. So they're typically flying at that height between areas. And then there's also observations between paddocks, so patches of vegetation where 99% of the flights were between the ground and 29 metres. Still, even with the existing pine plantation, there's sufficient gap between the highest point of the tree to the lowest tip of the turbine blade. So there's still that lower potential that birds would intersect a turbine, and there's gaps between the turbines where birds can fly as well. So the risk is low. Again, if there's two things to consider here. One, if they were recorded across the site during the bird utilisation surveys, which we went through, there were a large number of point count surveys undertaken. There are roaming surveys, incidental records. There were people out there regularly. Hypothetically, if they did record them flying across the site, there would be sufficient information to feed into a collision risk model, which there hasn't been. And secondly, if there was a forest to the south of the site, suitable foraging habitat, and they didn't record them on the site, then one would say that you would probably need more information to determine the risk for this species. But the fact that there's no or very little suitable habitat to the south, and I agree, the bird does require water to drink every single day. They occur along the Glenelg River. They would use Glenelg River to feed, to drink. There's available water sources for the species. Why would they fly 5 kilometres to the south to drink in Long Swamp when there's available drinking resources throughout the areas where they've been recorded? So the chances of them flying across the site are very low, and the situations where they will fly, there will be the rare occasion where they do fly at rotor-swept area, but the vast majority of flights would be a lower height flight based on the information that's been presented in table 34 in that previous study. And the study was undertaken for another proposed wind farm, Wombalado. And if you read through the panel report, it states that that risk was presented to be low, and therefore they approved that project for that particular species, albeit smaller number of turbines, but in the core, one of the key areas of foraging habitat for the species for that project.
Okay. One more question. I've put up on the screen here. This is for you again, Mr. Organ. Don't get rid of that. This is a question around the way you've dealt with VBA records. There's a process, obviously, for VBA records where they are assessed, and if they're considered, my word, patent, they're loaded up onto the database. That's right.
Yeah, there's a validation verification process. Yes.
Is there also a process by which records that sneak into the database are removed if they're inaccurate or the like?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what we've got here is on screen is your assessment of a number of records from the VBA database. That's right.
Yes.
And you've provided your opinion of those records, but it's not the case that you're aware of any process has been gone through to remove those records.
No, I'm not aware of that.
No. And it's important then that records that are on the database that are relevant to the matters in issue are considered, right?
Yes. However, like you've alluded to, there's multiple records across the VBA, which there is a validation process, but clearly records number 1, 3 and 5 are inaccurate. So I'd encourage Zika to look at those records and go through a more detailed, rigorous review of those 3 records. The other 3, one would say that I've gone through that. It's quite evident when you look at the destination of the record and the description in the record, it doesn't apply to that site on the map. The short answer is the data is on the VBA, but it's imperfect. We use that. But I encourage my staff to not just put dots on a map. You've got to actually interrogate the data to look at the accuracy, because often very old records or museum records, the accuracy of the dots or the location data is very low. So short answer is you got to interrogate the data further, but in this situation, it's clear that some of them are inaccurate.
Mr. Venosta, I've got a question for you, and at your page 40 of your expert witness statement, you deal with Latham's snipe.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Organ, I've just got to keep moving through. what you indicate here is in the highlighted text is that there's a population within Australia of 30,000, and the maximum number recorded near the site is 100. Is that in a flock?
I don't know the exact details of that record, other than it's probably recorded 100 birds. So,
Yeah. Does it fly? Does it fly in a flock, Latham Snipe?
Not typically, no. No.
Okay.
Small numbers of birds. Not flocks of 100, for instance.
Okay. In your, I understand the way that you've proceeded is that there is a residual risk that Latham Snipe might be impacted by the turbines. That's right.
Yeah, that's correct.
And you say that risk is reduced on the basis that the Brolga buffers are operating, which create a separation distance. Is that right?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
In summary.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the question that I have relates to the applicability or whether there's any foundation beyond really, I guess, the application of logic that a separation distance for one species will be effective for another species, in this case, the Latham Snipe.
For birds that are using similar habitat.
Sorry?
For birds that are using similar habitats, yes. There's some comparison, yes.
Is there any empirical basis for that, though, in the case of Latham Snipe?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right. Mr. Gibson, I'm going to move to the orange-bellied parrot. And to start with, to do this, I'm going to start by going to Technical Appendix C at page 170. Popped it up on the screen, Mr. Gibson, now. Now, this is that part of Technical Appendix C that addresses the OBP, and what we're talking about in this part of it is what I understand to be a discussion of the overall population. Correct?
Yes. Yep.
And what you say there is that it's been the subject of extensive, an intensive recovery program for more than 30 years, but we have a wild population estimated in 2016 of about 50 individuals. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
And what would you say, what do we know about the population? That's almost 10 years ago. What do we know about the population today?
Yeah, my understanding is there has been some recent increases in the last. That we understand there's now more than that, but I'm not sure what the actual number is off the top of my head.
Mr. Organ, you look like you're bursting at the seams to give us an update on the population.
And of this 6th of June, 172 birds, the highest number in the last decade, and that's because of active captive breeding program and refined conservation efforts for the species. So 172 birds. About 20 years ago, there were about 200 birds. So they're wild birds, 172. There's a large number in captivity. High success rate in breeding this year. So we expect them to, there's already been about 14 or so depart for the mainland. They go through King Island and then on the coast. So historically very low, last few years tinkering on the edge of extinction. Now, the last 5 years, they've bumped up a little bit comparatively, 172 birds from Melaleuca down in southwest Tassie.
Yeah. So in terms of populations, it's true, isn't it, that even a very small gross impact of this proposal could have a substantial impact on the species as we know it?
yeah, in addition to, yeah, that obviously the less birds there are, the more significant the loss of the single bird
Yeah.
is. Yeah.
Okay. Now, in terms of Mr. Organ, in your evidence at your page 73, tell me if you need me to put it up, but I'll just ask you the question to keep things moving. You make the observation that orange-bellied parrots are often recorded in association with the blue-winged parrot, and that's, I think, accepted, and that indeed reflected the way that the OBP searches were undertaken to some extent in this case, correct?
Yes.
Now, accepting that that's the case, it's not a uniform rule, is it, that the two species go together?
No. So my observations up northwest Tasmania, I've done a number of surveys up there specifically for orange-bellied parrot, and you do get them small numbers on their own, but they do flock, particularly in that part of Australia, together prior to the northern migration. So you might get a flock of 100 or 200 blue-winged parrots, and you get one orange-bellied parrot in that flock. Yes.
Yeah. And in terms of their flight behaviour, is it your position that because they're seen in those flocks that we can, I guess, use blue-winged parrot flight behaviour as a proxy for OBP flight behaviour?
Yes. Yes.
Is that supported in literature?
I'm not too sure about that.
Okay, so it's more an observational matter.
There's ongoing radio tracking. So this year there's a number of transmitters that have been put on OBPs. Last year they tracked individuals, and there might be some height data available during the migration period or when they're migrating. But in terms of published literature on flight heights, we can just go off field observations when they're flying, and they typically fly well below that 60 metres when they're flying across both paddocks and vegetated areas.
Yeah. Now, I think I heard you say in your evidence in chief that you weren't aware, and forgive me if I'm wrong about this, that you weren't aware of blue-winged parrot mortalities through wind farms?
I didn't have, because my computer crashed, and I didn't have time to upload that document again that I presented earlier today that looked at the table. And that's why I said I don't think, but that table will show whether blue-winged parrot, blue-winged parrot, orange-bellied parrot.
Yeah.
But I'm not too sure whether blue-winged parrot has been documented as a mortality. Possibly, if I can have a look at that, but orange-bellied parrot, no. There's been no documented fatalities at a wind farm.
Is the blue-winged parrot species that's prevalent in Victoria the same species that's prevalent in Tasmania?
Yes.
And is the Cattle Hill wind farm a Tasmanian wind farm? That's the one that's the identified wind farm, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And so it might be the case, and I don't question you on whether there's been fatalities in Victoria, but if there were the case that there were fatalities in Tasmania at Cattle Hill, would that change your evidence in any way?
No.
And why is that?
For orange-bellied parrot or blue-winged parrot?
For blue-winged parrot, which you say has the OBP is flocks with and has a similar flight pattern with, would that not cause some reconsideration of your evidence on the OBP?
No.
And why is that?
There's a couple of things. One, when I say flock, so in northwest Tasmania, there's a congregation of blue-winged parrots and orange-bellied parrots at that particular time of year when they're migrating from Tasmania to the mainland. So you often get a larger concentration of blue-winged parrots where you can get up to 500 to 1,000 birds. It may be a lot less these days, but I remember 20 years ago there was quite large numbers of blue-winged parrots congregating. That makes sense in a situation where they're prior to departing to the mainland. But observations in this area for blue-winged parrot are typically 1 or 2 birds flying across the landscape. So you don't get large flocks of 100 or 200 birds. So the orange-bellied parrot, although they have been known to fly with blue-winged parrots, they often fly either on their own or in small groups of orange-bellied parrots, like at the Western Treatment Plant, where you get comparatively a higher number of individuals. So my position in terms of, if there was one mortality or more of blue-winged parrot in Cattle Hill, based on what you just said there, I've said in my evidence that there's the risk for blue-winged parrot given the sheer numbers and the location and records of the birds flying across the site. Blue-winged parrots got more of a broader habitat use, so they'll use coastal areas and then woodland environments more broadly, as shown in that figure of blue-winged parrots across the state, right up to the Mallee, for example, whereas orange-bellied parrots will be restricted to the coastal environment because they've got very specialised foraging requirements, so sarcocornia or salt marsh vegetation along the coast. It's highly unlikely that you'll get regular flights of orange-bellied parrot across the site, even with blue-winged parrots, if they do flock with blue-winged parrots. It's probably a question of Mr. Van Oster or Mr. Gibson as to when they were out on site, whether they detected orange-bellied parrots on their own, or parrot rather, or whether they were with blue-winged parrots. But my experience is that they're restricted to the coast where they're foraging. They do roost at night, so they will have local flights in areas as well. So, but the risk is, given the flight behaviour, is very low. And that's assuming that you'll get birds in this location every year, because with orange-bellied parrot, the reason why we know where they breed and we've got good numbers on the breeding grounds, but during the overwintering period, it's very hard to detect every single bird because they're dispersed across such a large area across Victoria. So the chance of having 1, 2, 10, 20 animals along the Discovery Bay National Park Ramsar site is extremely low. You'll get the odd individual, whether that might be every year or every 5 years. It's not going to necessarily be every single year you get orange-bellied parrots in this location.
There was an invitation from Mr. Organ to provide any comment. I don't want to cut people off. So, Mr. Gibson, Mr. Van Oster, if there's anything you want to add to that.
Yeah, the question was,
isn't it?
Yeah, it was about the whether the observation was in a flock or not. My recollection is that it was heard, and then the people that were there tracked it down and saw it visually. So it was just a single bird. It wasn't in a mixed flock with blue-winged parrots.
Thank you. Just on that question, Mr. Organ, about blue-winged parrot mortalities, just so that I just want to understand whether this is a reliable way of understanding whether that's occurred. I've sourced that from a Cattle Hill annual report, which is just published on their website, for their annual environmental review, like this, and it's prepared in satisfaction of the relevant conditions. I'm not going to ask you to go to the report or take you to detail, but it records various blue-winged parrot mortalities. Is that a reliable source? We know they're different wind farms and all the other things, so we're not trying to compare apples with apples, but is that a reliable source to understand whether there were mortalities?
If you want to, can you zoom in on that page?
Yeah, of course. Sorry. That better?
Okay. Yeah. So can I add two things? One
Sure.
is, yes, it's a reliable source. And two, this is excellent because, like I said the other day, this is the transparency and this is the information the whole industry and consultants and regulators should be encouraging, is that you need to disclose compliance reports and have them available. And under the EPBC Act, conditions of approval for Cattle Hill, Muscle Row, and I suspect Woolnorth or Studland Bay, there was a requirement to provide this information. So it has been a criticism in the past that the BAMP plan results for documenting blue-winged parrot or any other fatalities under the state planning permit conditions or the state approval. And I'm not too sure whether the environmental management framework stipulates
Well, I'll
that.
ask you the question, should it?
Yes,
Yeah,
I believe
okay.
it should. It'll be required under the EPBC Act most likely, but it should be open and transparent. And DECA has been saying have an open repository of data so we can further inform things. But anyway, that's a discussion for later, most likely. But it's something that would be most likely required under the EPBC Act for this particular species and others that are relevant under the Commonwealth.
Okay. All right, we need to move on. Conscious of time, I've got a couple of questions about the grey-headed flying fox, and I think that's probably best directed at you, Mr. Gibson. Is that right? Now, Mr. Gibson, if I understand your evidence correctly, it's advanced, or if I understand the BAMP correctly, it's advanced through the BAMP at page 58 that the curtailment measures for the short southern bent wing bat will also benefit the grey-headed flying fox. Is that right?
Well, to the extent that the risk is reduced in those times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, the grey-headed flying fox has a very broad. It's a very different animal. It's a much bigger creature. Yeah. And what impact does the being a larger creature, it will be less influenced by wind conditions, won't it?
Yeah, it would. You would expect it can handle. It would still fly in stronger wind conditions than southern bent wing bat.
Yeah,
than a microbat would. Yeah.
Yeah. So to the extent that there is a benefit, the benefit is a benefit of southern bent wing bat curtailment measures. It is that it might occlude some of the time, but we can proceed on the assumption that the grey-headed flying fox will be operating at much higher wind speeds.
Yeah, that measure is not aimed at at reducing impacts to the grey-headed flying fox, but it obviously if the wind turbines are curtailed, there's less risk for that period.
Mr. Organ, I've got a question for you about the blue-winged parrot, and it arises from your page 78. So, got a few documents open here. Give me one moment. And it has to do with the collision risk assessment. Do you see at your 13.3.2, I'm just popping it up on the screen now, the collision risk modelling had certain incumbent presumptions in it. What do you say about the nature of those presumptions?
They're highly conservative.
So does that include the presumption of 200 individuals being present all year round?
Yes.
You then you see here there's an assumption in that model that there could be approximately 41 individuals affected over the project lifespan.
Yes.
Now, in gross terms, what that would be a proportion. What's that? That's 20% of the assumed 200. But before you go to that point, what would happen to the population? Sure, I assume that would be a regeneration and a fluctuation in that population over time. How should we treat that relationship between the 41 individuals and the assumed population of 200 at a rate of about 20%?
Yeah, it's not like the 200 individuals, which is predicted to be present in the local area. It's not like if you remove 41 individuals, you're going to have 159 left, and then that's it. It'll they're not like a discrete. It's not like a terrestrial mammal or something where if you lose numbers of a eastern barred bandicoot and there's no ability for them to migrate or emigrate, it doesn't into a population. There'll be ongoing replenishment of that local population. The main factor will be if there's a removal of habitat, like breeding habitat or other habitat that could potentially permanently reduce the population at a site. But so that number of 200 is an estimate, and that would vary over time depending on the conditions and available breeding and everything else. So it's not like it'll be a permanent reduction.
And I just want to understand a question you gave before when we were talking about the OBP. Was it your evidence that the blue-winged parrot is a flocking creature in Victoria, or not?
No, it's mainly observed in larger flocks in Tasmania, northwest Tasmania, and in some instances on the mainland where you get flocks. But based on my observation, based on the observations at this site with the bird point counts, and in other areas with my experience on this species in a range of habitats, you normally get one or two birds. You can hear them calling and they'll fly over. So you don't get a flock of, like, if it's like a flock of 20 crimson rosellas or they're normally individual birds or a pair, not 50 birds, like not a flock of 100 starlings, for example. They don't behave in that way.
Do you recall that I put up a document from Cattle Hill before?
Yes.
I'm trying to save time by not going to it, but I want you to assume that there was one mortality event of 5 birds of the blue-winged parrot at Cattle Hill. Having regard to that evidence that you've just given, do you have I just want to provide you an opportunity to comment on that event versus what your evidence you've just given then.
Yeah, I'm not privy to the local habitat conditions, or I am because I've been out to the site, but I haven't looked at the data. There may be a higher availability of nest sites in that part of Tasmania, and therefore you're getting high numbers. I'm taking your word for it in terms of that one mortality event of 5 individuals. I don't know whether that was on 1 day, 2 days or 10 days. It could be separate flocks or separate individuals. So I can't go into detail in terms of answering that question without having
Sure, and that's fair.
More information. They did, when you showed that table though, from my recollection, it had dates and it had the number of individuals.
Yeah.
So they could have been separate individuals on the same day, not necessarily a flock of birds.
Yeah. And what I was really asking was, if I understood the evidence you just gave before, was that you're more likely to get flocking in Tasmania is your evidence than you are to get flocking of the blue-winged parrot in Victoria. Is that right?
Oh, that's not. They're my observations. They do occur in smaller numbers. Like they're not typically a flocking species. But my observations, and you look at the data, they're normally either individual birds or one or two birds flying across an area. It's not like a flock of 20 individuals or 30. They're based on my observations. I'd have to look at the data on that in terms of all the records across the state, but that's my experience on how the species behaves.
Yeah. Okay, I want to ask you a question now about the white-throated needletail, Mr. Organ. And it comes to, in your report at your page 68, sorry, it might fall into your page 69, my apologies. You have a discussion about the, in the second paragraph up there on screen, you make a recommendation that the automated detection system is considered. I guess what we're seeking to understand is consideration might be one thing. Is it only considered? Do you think are you putting it higher than that? That it's something that should be adopted, something that should be presumed unless there's something better? How do you? What's your evidence on this issue? Given that that seems to be part of the underpinning of your mitigation.
Yeah, three things here. Number one, 21 individuals were recorded as part of the biosis work. Of those 21 individuals, there were 19 recorded over a 4-day period. So that the time in which this species is at risk for this particular site will be very narrow, and that's consistent with other sites, including detailed empirical data that's available through the use of Identiflight at Cattle Hill, where there was a presentation given recently, which I attended, that went through a retrospective analysis of the number of flights of this bird across the site and the number of mortalities. Like I said earlier, there's a high level of avoidance for this species, but it is prone to collision. There are up to 4,000 or 5,000, possibly more. I don't know, thousands of flights across the site at Cattle Hill with small numbers. So I'm not saying, my recommendation is that a Identified or a similar system needs to be implemented here for this particular species. We know that it's probably a species that is prone and there will be mortalities. There's been a detailed collision risk model undertaken to determine the number of individuals at risk, and that is well below the threshold of the national population. The benefit, however, of having a system to track and monitor this species and others is that you can accurately predict, or to a certain level, when the species is on the site, and that could potentially trigger some sort of mitigation measure at that point in time. I'm not saying it's warranted for this project, given the low level of predicted mortality and what that means for on a population level. But if it was implemented, it would be quite valuable and potentially quite useful to apply certain measures. Hypothetically, it could, or for example, it could be that because this species normally flocks in large flocks during storm events, and if you look at the weather, you look at when they're on the site, you could have a period of curtailment when you know the animals are at the site for a certain period of time to minimise that mortality. However, Cattle Hill do not use this system for curtailment. They only use it for wedge-tail eagles. And there hasn't been a requirement for that project, although that project was approved prior to the listing of that species. But it's been very enlightening in terms of understanding the use of that site. by that species.
And that's, I think you were done, and that's because that particular commercial setup can recognise the bird.
Yes.
And you've touched on the question that I wanted to ask about this, which is here we've got the Australasian bittern, we've got brolgers. So we're not talking about justification for this kind of complex management technique for a single species. What we're talking about is if you like, a number of important species. And what I want to ask you about is, you said this then, I'm not saying it's justified for this species because there's a low likelihood. What I want to put to you is, what do you say about the cumulative risk across a number of species, such as the brolga, the Australian bittern and others, about the use of that sort of proprietary system or its like?
Yeah, there's multiple benefits of using the system, and you can set it up, and that's included. You can set it up in a way to capture more information prior to the construction. So that was one thing that was mentioned the other day in terms of getting more baseline data to inform, one, what species occur on the site, two, when they're likely to occur on the site, if they are at all, three, what are their flight heights and movement patterns across the site, not only because one would be very confident that any flight across the site for any of these species aren't going to be necessarily across the whole site. Blue-winged parrot, yes, but for red-tailed black cockatoos or others, or brolga.
I might not have directed my question.
Hang on, I'll just answer it quickly.
Yeah.
All right. So the simple answer is that, yes, the application of this technology can capture species use prior to any operation and then during operation, and it's highly valuable to get that information for a range of species.
And where we've got all of these species, some of which are at risk, I'm thinking Australian bittern, Australasian bittern rather, in particular, is it warranted in this case?
I believe it is, yes.
Okay. Does anyone disagree with that?
No.
I'd agree with that. It's I think the industry needs to be taking on more of these kinds of techniques to improve our knowledge, and even if it's not required for impact mitigation at particular sites, the more of this information that we can gather, the better.
Yeah,
Okay.
it has the capacity to augment existing mitigation.
While I've got you two gentlemen, Mr. Van Oster, Mr. Gibson, do you also agree with Mr. Organ's proposition that reporting of mortalities and the like from this wind farm ought to be publicly available as part of a condition of approval?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I then want to move on to some questions about the BAMP.
Mr. Tobin, I'm just keeping an eye on the time.
So am I.
No, thank you. I'll just get you to move through as properly as you can. We'll keep going.
Yeah. No.
We won't break until
I
we're done.
definitely am, and I'm.
Thank you.
I'm endeavouring to wrap it up by lunchtime.
Thank you. I will just note we will have a few questions from the IAC, and we won't break until we're finished with cross-examination. So.
Mr. Van Oster, in your statement, section 10, page 60, you make some recommendations about additional pre-construction utilisation monitoring for species and the like. Are you familiar with that evidence?
Yes.
You list the Australian bittern, the brolga and Latham snipe, correct?
The Australasian bittern, yes.
That's Australasian, yeah. I keep doing that, don't I?
That's all right.
You can pick me up every time. The question that I have for you is, that's no doubt going to provide valuable information, but the question is, why is that information not required now and can be acceptably provided later on?
I think that the assessment of risk that we've arrived at already has presented a reasonable and realistic view of the current risk to that species and other species. And these methods will help to augment that, as I said before, through further work.
I'm just trying to move through. I'm just pausing because there might be some things we can skip over. Member Kendall. Just in case I didn't get your answer on it, Mr. Venosta, about the technology. I think we did get your answer. You think it should be utilised like these gentlemen in this case, so identical flight or equivalent?
Yes.
Yes. I've got a question, and I'm happy for anybody to answer this. And it's from page 6 of the BAMP, but I can ask it without going to the document itself. How is collision with overhead power line monitored? Because we spoke about lights earlier on and the like. How is it monitored?
Yeah, I can. The same procedures that are used for collision around turbines could be applied to looking for collisions underneath overhead power lines.
Well, I guess what I'm going to pin you down a little bit, just in the interest of time.
Yep.
You say could be applied. Is it a could or it should be applied? Should it be picked up somewhere in the EMF?
Yes. Yes.
That there'd be some sort of protocol established on some sort of schedule to then use some sort of statistical analysis, correct?
Yes. Yeah. The exact procedure would be different because we're not.
Yes.
The heights are different and the fall zone would be different, etc.
In terms of the Brolga, so this could be a Mr. Organ question. It could be you, Mr. Venosta. The draft BAMP doesn't include a specific monitoring program for the Brolga. It elicits an intention, if I can put it that way, but we haven't got detail yet. Firstly, can I ask, do you think that's normal and reasonable at this stage?
At this point, yes.
At this point?
Yeah, at this point, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's reasonable.
And you would expect that those matters or the detail of that would be captured in a finalised BAMP?
Yes, there need to be connections, links between the Brolga compensation plan and the BBAMP.
Yeah, okay. So you'd accept that if I just picked up an approved document under another Brolga-related wind farm, I'd be likely to find a greater deal of detail than we've got in the draft document, noting that it's a two-stage document that's proposed at this stage.
Yeah, that detail is something that will follow, yes.
Okay. I think we've dealt with that. Section 12 of the BAMP, I can pop it up if you need me to, but it it deals with contingency measures for additional key threatened species. And there's a suggestion at 12.3 and 12.4 that low-speed curtailment will have the capacity to reduce incidents of collisions with the Australasian bitterns and the Latham's snipe, because it will function during the hours when those species are thought to fly most frequently.
Mr. Tobin, are we looking at the updated BAM?
The update. All questions are in related to the
Thank
updated.
you.
Sorry, I should have said that. There's. Can I infer? It's probably you, Mr. Gibson, in this respect, given you're one of the authors of the BAM. Can I infer that that's not a research-based position? That's an example of deductive reasoning because of the nature of the action and the nature of the behaviours of the species?
I think it's a similar situation to the to what we discussed before about the grey-headed flying fox, where those measures aren't specifically targeted at those species, but they do help to reduce risk for those species.
Yeah. Can I put it this way, that not everything in life is completely researched, and there's some matters are exercise of judgment and correlation between species?
Yes.
Okay. Need that. Dealt with that. Mr. Organ, I've got some questions about the Identiflight system, accepting that that's one proprietary model. In relation to that system, I think your evidence, or your direct evidence, is that it's capable. You said before, the white needle throat, it's capable of identifying that.
Yes.
And I think you earlier gave evidence in the hearing that it's capable of recognising or learning a very broad range of birds. Is that right?
Yes, and that's in the technical note that was provided, the Identiflight and the range of species that, including Eurasian bittern and raptors and cranes and birds that have similar form, size and flight behaviour is the species that we're dealing with here. They're completely applicable to the species that have been monitored in Europe and through the northern hemisphere for projects. Different species, but similar type of flight behaviours.
Were you involved in Cattle Hill?
No, not as part of the pre-approval work.
Okay. Or post-approval?
Or post-approval, no.
Have you, outside of the material that's been furnished by the proponent, have you read into the use of Identiflight at Cattle Hill at all?
Yes. I've read all those post-approval documents relating to Identiflight. The one specifically has a review of Identiflight, yes.
Yeah. So I'm going to pop this up on screen and ask if you've seen this document.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm not going to take you to it in uphill and down dale. That's not the purpose of my of asking the question. But we've got the technical note from the proponent. This document provides an assessment of how Identiflight was implemented on a particular site. Correct?
Yes.
It goes through some of the teething problems and some of the benefits of the proposal and how it was practically taught to work in that particular environment.
Yeah, I'm aware of the challenges that they had and the changes that were implemented post the initial installation of the units. Yes.
It's correct that it provides a positive report, but its target species, of course, was an eagle. It provides a positive report as opposed between actual mortalities and pre-approval mortality levels.
Yes.
There were still eagle mortalities, but it reduced those numbers against the pre-approval levels.
And to a point where the population at the site is more for wedge-tailed eagles and the pairs than prior to the actual, as part of the impact assessment, the population estimates at the time have now been exceeded by the number of breeding pairs using that site. And that's probably an artefact of change of land use. And there's been a few things that have meant that there's a high density of eagles still using that site.
Do you think, having reviewed this document, do you think it provides some useful background for the committee in terms of that evolution of how this sort of technology is applied to an actual site?
Yeah, and that's where you jumped in earlier, and I knew that it was a long-winded answer. The reason why it was a long-winded answer is because it depends on the number of units, where you locate the units, the visibility across and why you're installing a unit in a particular location. So the key thing, if I was to say, okay, what's the proposal to speak to identify it, where would you set up the units? I'd set up one or more units, like I said a number of times, near the Brolga population out to the east. I'd set up one or more units just north of Long Swamp to document any movements north-south. I'd set up one or two units right up the northwestern tip of the site, and I'd set up a unit or more than one unit out to the west of the site that captures any movement between Lake Oxbow and the turbine configuration to the west. They are mobile, but the ones at Cattle Hill have been stationed strategically across the site, specifically to identify and to curtail turbines to reduce the impact on wedge-tailed eagles, which I described the other day, and how effective it is.
You gave evidence earlier that you're not going to have a camera for every turbine, which of course is the case. I think there were 16 cameras for the 48 turbines in that particular topography, in that particular case. It could be up or down in this case, couldn't it?
Yeah, look, if you look at the central part of the site where you've got pine plantations that extend well beyond the main road, there's no wetlands there. It would make sense to set up the systems. And again, I'm not an expert on setting up the survey design, but This is where you can easily speak to the relevant parties, but it would be in those peripheral areas to get that on the east and the west where there's higher use of the species where we know that the habitat's present for the particular species that we're dealing with here. So it's not necessarily have 100 units across the whole site. It'll be strategically located to capture the data that you need.
We'll tender that document. We just think it's it was a useful exercise to read how it was implemented on the site. Can I make
the link to that? I mean, no, obviously no problem with that. The technical note that we filed, document 224, includes the link to that.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, that's right. What I propose to do is, just in the interest of time, I think that's all, but I've just got quite extensive notes. Can I ask that the committee perhaps ask its questions? It'd probably be the case that I've got no other questions, but maybe before you return to the proponent,
yes,
if you
I'm
just divert
comfortable
to
with
me.
that approach. Thank you. We'll do that. We've just got a few questions from the IAC. Before I do,
could I just indicate I do have re-examination. So
yes, of course.
Mindful of the time,
Yeah.
would you like to break now, come back, ask your questions, and then Mr. Tobin can finish his questions?
Nice.
Thank you.
Really happy with that.
And do it that way, or would you?
Yes,
would you like to press on?
No, I think that's a good idea. But we might still have a slightly shorter lunch just to keep things moving. So before we break, I will just we'll break now.
There were questions from the other. There were the written questions as well, weren't there?
Yes, yeah. And I was thinking about whether to run through those now, but it won't take long, and we'll do it after we come back from the break.
Okay.
So
We have Mr. Weston ready to go immediately after the conclusion of this evidence.
Thank you.
Mr. Feldman's on call. He'd need an hour's notice. I just wonder whether, say we've got, I don't know, half an hour to an hour, I suppose, in terms of finishing off the cross-examination, re-examination, we then move to social impacts.
Yep.
Do you think that's really where I suppose the real question is, should we be getting Mr. Feldman here in the afternoon, or should we, would you like us to still arrange for that, or do we think that really, given the amount of questions from Mr. Weston and his evidence and the like, that's a more realistic point to
I think
end today?
it will be more realistic for us to reschedule Mr. Feldman.
Yes.
We know, obviously, we have questions from Parks Victoria as well this afternoon. So rather than...
Yeah. On that basis, I think that the preferable course is to have him come back on the afternoon of the day that Ms. Dunstan is scheduled to give evidence. That way there's no further disruption to the timetable moving forward, if you're happy to take that course.
Yes, I think so. I'll just confirm the other members. Yep.
That's the Tuesday of next week, the 24th.
Yes, sounds like a good plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Well, we won't cut the lunch break any extra short then. We'll break till 2. We'll come back, and if you have any further questions, Mr. Tobin, I'll come to you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That works efficiently, I think.
Thank you. We'll see everyone shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Mr. Tobin, I'll hand directly to you to continue.
Thank you, Member Kendall. I've reviewed the matters and we're content that we've raised the issues that we needed to raise.
Excellent. Thank you. So there were a number of parties who have either provided questions in writing or were intending to, and I'll just quickly run through those. Firstly, the questions of Ms Stiles, I think, have already been addressed this morning, so the proponent has responded and did also ask the expert. So I'm happy to move on from that. We do have two questions from Mr Biggs, and I'm just going to open those up now. I will ask the first of the questions on his behalf. However, the second question, I think I will leave it as take those as submissions and invite the proponent to respond as they choose to in the balance of your submission. So it's document 329. The first question that I will just put to the experts on his behalf and open for anybody to respond to. And I might start with Mr Gibbs and Mr Van Oster, and then Mr Organ, you can finish if you have anything to say, as why has there been no assessment nor consideration of the cumulative impacts of the proposal on migratory birds of this, together with other wind farms, including the Western Victorian Renewable Energy Zone that bisects or cross the Asian Flyway to the Discovery Bay Ramsar area. So just to the extent that you can provide comment on that, Mr Gibson.
Yeah, well, we have assessed cumulative impacts to range of species, including the ones we've spoken about today and migratory species. We didn't specifically focus on that eastern the flyway particularly, but it was more of a focus on local the wind farms within the region and other projects that are relevant to those species. So yeah, we have got an assessment of cumulative impacts in our reporting.
Thank you. So and documented in the environment effects statement.
In Appendix C.
Appendix C, yep, lovely. Thank you. Anything to add, Mr Van Oster?
I'd agree with what Mr Gibson's just said.
Thank you. Mr Organ?
No, that's fine.
Great, thank you. So yes, as noted, and if Mr Biggs may be listening, we'll leave his other question and take that as submission. We did have a request, as parties will be aware, from Mr Cumming. We haven't seen any questions come through yet. So if they do arrive, which I ask him to do promptly, we'll circulate those and invite responses in writing. So we now have some questions from the IAC, and I'll hand you to Member Wilkinson to ask those. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll start with a question for Mr. Organ. I'm sure you recall reading that the independent peer reviewer, Mr. Loyne, was a bit concerned about where migratory shorebirds went at high tide. And in response to that by us, as when it spoke to a few of the local birders and other groups, and identified there was a roost on the sort of western side of the Glenelg estuary. But in your submission, you referred to information you accessed recently from the BirdLife Australia Beach Nesting Birds program. Is there anything in that more recent information that I guess answers that question?
No. So that data was. So we reached out to BirdLife Australia. We received additional data on migratory shorebirds and also the beach surveys. And there's nothing that came to light in terms of identifying any additional roost sites or higher concentration of birds outside of those areas that were already identified. A lot of that data was hood of plover records along the beach, but nothing came to light that was contrary or additional to what's been presented.
Yeah, okay, thanks. I might I'll stay with Mr. Organ. I might just turn to your presentation. To one. 214. Figure 9A, which shows the distribution of white-throated needletail in Victoria.
Yes.
There's some excuse me, there's some areas there with very dense records. I'm interested in your view as to what extent this map reflects survey effort versus actual abundance.
It's a good representation of the distribution over a number of time periods. So there's different coloured dots on figure 9A. So it's a very accurate account of the location and distribution of the species. They're highly visible, and they get captured by a range of interested people in the community who document these records through the various databases. Historically, there was only one database, but now there's multiple databases, so there's more opportunity for the public, citizen science, to document these records. So that's a very accurate representation. It's not a reflection of survey effort. Although in some parts of the state, say up northwest Victoria, there may be a higher number of records, but they're mainly down southeastern Victoria, right through the coast, where they've got a change in topography, and that might be a reflection of the food availability in those parts of the state, compared with northwestern Victoria, where there's only 10 or so records in the far northwest. But it's a pretty good representation. It's not like species are elusive or difficult to detect.
Okay. Okay, I'll stick with you, Mr. Organ. In submission 124, the Nature Cornell Trust argues that the collision risk modelling doesn't adequately account for risks to flocks of birds. And then this is in relation to white-throated needletail. And the submission also cites research by Hull et al. 2013 that birds that engage in aerial pursuit of prey were at increased risk of collision death. And this element of collision risk has not been considered in the EES. Do you agree with those, or disagree with those criticisms?
I haven't got the exact submission, and I don't have the exact section in the BIOSA report that relates to collision risk modelling for that species. But like I was saying earlier, without going to the actual page and reading over it and remembering it, but there are 21 records of that species at the time of the surveys, the point count surveys, 19 of which occurred over a short period of time. There's likely to be more birds flying across the site over multiple days. So the point count surveys wouldn't have captured every bird or every movement. But there was a conservative estimate in terms of the collision risk for that species. I think what's really useful information, it's only come to light over the last 2 weeks. Happy to provide it after this session. It's very relevant for this particular species at Caddo Hill. It was a PowerPoint presentation undertaken or prepared by Dave Rogers, who's one of the personnel at Goldwind, and they've actually done an analysis, and they're in the process of preparing a paper on that species and the use of identify and the low or the high avoidance rate and the low mortality rate compared to the flights across the site. So, and that's consistent with my evidence and the information provided. But with respect specifically to the collision risk model, I can't provide an exact answer without going through the numbers and everything else. But based on how other species have been assessed, it's a conservative approach with respect to movements and the number of birds using the site. And that's ideally the benefit of having an adaptive management and a BAMP, in that the thresholds are set really low for threatened species. So should one bird be killed from a turbine, then that'll trigger a requirement to do either further investigations or further considerations in that. I did read the response that BIOSA provided with respect to, I think it was Richard Loyne's peer review on the cumulative impact for swift and white-throated needletail, and I'm comfortable with the biosis response in relation to that in terms of its broader distribution. There's nothing unique about this site, and it is one of those species. It's more of a policy level approach that the department or the Commonwealth Department needs to think about for the industry overall. But what's come to light for this species recently is it's got a very high avoidance rate, and the relative, like the fatalities at sites such as Cattle Hill and others versus the actual use is comparatively low. So the risk is low, but there's probably likely to be fatalities of this species at this site, like any other wind farm site across the state.
Mr. Gibson, did you want to add anything more to that?
Yeah, just in general, we haven't really spoken in detail about the way the collision risk model operates, but it is a model, and it doesn't necessarily factor in every single unique behaviour that the different birds might have, because obviously you need, you'd have to be making a range of assumptions about that. So it's a model based on our the best available information. The site collected data about flight height and likelihood of what numbers of flights throughout the area. My understanding is the model is the species flying in groups aren't necessarily at greater risk than species flying individually, and the model does treats 100 birds flying together the same as it treats one bird flying 100 times in terms of the likelihood of that resulting in a collision. So, but yeah, the key thing is it is a model, and it's just one of the pieces of information that go into formulating an assessment of risk. Right, sorry, there has been some validation done of the model, particularly with wedge-tailed eagles. It's found it to be quite accurate, but it is quite difficult to get data for model validations where the biosis model has been applied. So that's something we certainly be looking to build a body of information about over time.
Thanks.
Now that I've got the exact page, so it's page number. It's all about stating the facts and the numbers. So, page 208 of the biosis report, it goes through a series of factors that are inserted in the model. So that's page 207, 208 and 209.
I think that's PDF page 231 and 232.
And so
for those following online.
One of the things on the second paragraph on page 208, you read that it has been assumed that up to 2,000 individuals. You very rarely get flocks of, historically, you get flocks of a couple of hundred, though the flock numbers have declined since the population's declined over the last couple of decades, present across the entire 3-month period. These birds won't be present every single day over the 3 months. They'll come in and then they'll fly off. So there's been a number of things in terms of the population, the duration, the speed of the individual, the height at which that they fly at, and then that's factored into the numbers that are provided in page 209 of that report. Again, like Mr. Gibson said, it's a model. There might be some parameters that can be changed or updated in light of more information, and then that'll further refine the outputs of the model. But I'm comfortable with that, but I can't really comment specifically in relation to the submission that Nature Glenelg Trust have stated, because I don't have that in front of me at the moment. But I'm comfortable with the various factors that have been. It's nothing that's come to light when I've gone through my review that causes any concern.
All right, thank you. This next question, look, I'll perhaps direct at Mr. Organ in the first instance, but either Mr. Gibson or Mr. Van Oster feel welcome to add anything. In relation to cumulative impacts on this, particularly in relation to white-throated needletail, the EES says that there is no capacity to quantitatively model collision risk for multiple wind farms within the species range due to a lack of a coordinated strategic industry-wide or government framework to achieve this. Do you have any thoughts then on how that could be addressed?
So a lot of these projects were approved prior to the white-throated needletail being listed. Unlike, say, in the Tasmanian context, where a lot of the the 3 or 4 projects that have been approved, there's been a requirement to provide an annual report, predominantly on the impacts of the project under for wedge-tailed eagle, because it's a nationally threatened species. And then some of these projects have released annual compliance reports in accordance with the conditions of approval, and it's come to light that blue-winged parrot and white-throated needletail and other species have been shown to be affected by the presence of the wind farm. So my position is that given this species is nationally threatened, it's one of those species that would need to be picked up any post-approval monitoring reporting, and therefore completely transparent in terms of any documented mortality for this particular site. I know that ARI, the department, did a review of post-approval projects, which we've discussed. They've identified this species as being struck by turbines and at high risk. I'm not too sure whether they've anticipating or proposing to do a more broader analysis of that cumulative impact across all wind farms in Victoria, and then on the national level, whether the Commonwealth's looking at doing a review for this species. But certainly specific for this project, there should be a requirement for this species and others under the EPBC Act to provide any data that or reporting on the fatality of this particular species. That can feed into a broader process. But collectively, based on the assessment that's been provided, this project, where it's predicted to be 1.25 birds per year, if you add that up and you look at the number of fatalities across the nationally, I haven't done this, but it's something that you would look at the national population of 10. I think it's last estimate was between 41,000 and a range of 20 to 61,000 in terms of the total population size. So if you extrapolate all that out, this project would not lead to a level where you look at it cumulatively, that it would have a significant impact on a population level for this species, given the predicted mortality per year. So that's based on the understanding of the species ecology, the numbers, and the likely number of, or the potential number of birds that are being killed at wind farms. But that complete data set's not available though.
Mr. Gibson?
I think this is certainly not the first project where we've been advocating that there should be better transparency with collision data and more publicly available data. So I think there's definitely a role for DECA in Victoria to provide some coordination of that, and that would certainly be of assistance when undertaking risk assessments and cumulative assessments. There are other parts of the equation, I guess, that are things like population viability analysis that would be important as well as part of that. So yeah, but the key bit of information is that we don't have good data on where collisions are happening, and yeah, it's not always accessible.
All right. This was specifically about like the white-throated needletail, but it's probably an issue across a number of other birds. So I'll just ask Mr. Van Oster whether there's anything you want to sort of add to that discussion.
Nothing to add, only that I agree with the opinions they've expressed.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Then in relation to understanding sort of cumulative impacts across wind farms, is a 5-year monitoring program going to be enough to give you the data to do that assessment? I'll ask Mr. Organ. Sorry, I should have said that.
In terms of the BAMP, saying 5 years.
Yeah.
So there will be a review process. So normally it's for 3 to 5 years. I think a minimum 5 years for this site, given that the number of species that are known to occupy habitats surrounding the landscape. There will be a review process. So depending on what the impacts are, if any, for certain species, there may be a requirement to extend that beyond the 5 years. So if the wording in the BAMP could be updated to say, I think it may already say it, may already state that there will be a review process after the 5 years, and should there be a requirement to extend that, then that should be undertaken. So that would be the DECA's response. However, for the Commonwealth, they may stipulate that monitoring should occur for 10 years for the species that are relevant under the EPBC Act, and certainly during the ongoing auditing and compliance, there'll be an expectation, like a lot of projects, that will continue on at a level where the regulators are comfortable that the project, as predicted, is not having a significant impact on a population level for any species. But it's, I think, really important to note here, unlike, say, a road project or a pipeline project or other projects, this is a true adaptive management process. And you can see that, and I'll give the example with Muscle Row Wind Farm, where they were approved, and you look at the EPBC Act approval conditions for that project and others, where it was quite explicit to undertake very detailed monitoring. They applied one technology, a radar system over there. It didn't work effectively to mitigate the impacts on wedge-tail eagles. They then looked at what was happening at Cattle Hill with Identiflight. They've since installed multiple units of Identiflight out at Cattle Hill, and based on my brief discussions with Woolnorth Renewables and others, that the mortality rate of wedgies have reduced significantly with the introduction of that technology. So it shows that this isn't like a tick and flick exercise. There's an opportunity to further refine things, adaptive management, and yeah, so it's not like a planning permit application and approval and you get a bit of a document. It will be a rigorous process of reporting, refinement to the satisfaction of DECA, DEQ. If there's any level of unexpected increase in mortality of any species, then it'll get to a point where there will be certain turbines that need to be curtailed for longer periods of time, or there needs to be additional measures put in place to minimise any impacts. But based on the data that's available for all these species, that significant impact levels, with the exception of my assessment, Australasian bittern is not going to exceed those thresholds. So yeah, that's the 5 years is a minimum, and it would be reviewed. And if at that point in time it's determined it should be extended, then I'd like other projects, then that seems like a sensible outcome.
Okay, just one final question, for Mr. Organ. In your expert witness statement, in relation to the blue-winged parrot, you say there is no evidence from Australian wind farms that turbine arrays create meaningful barriers to their movement. The species has been recorded at several operating wind farms without indicating altered movement behaviour or population displacement. Is that statement based on some research, or is it your observation?
Oh, it's both. It's probably the latter, but also through my understanding at other projects where the species continues to be present. So again, I use Cattle Hill as an example, where that species is regularly recorded on the site at an operating wind farm. I'm saying regularly, where they fly low levels across the site, and there doesn't appear to be any displacement or aversions to that site for that species. And then based on my company's post-approval monitoring and others as well, where if you look at the commissioning of the BAMP plan, where blue-winged parrot continues to be recorded at sites post-commissioning, and that's in a number of documents that show that species persists in and around existing and operating wind energy facilities.
All right. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. So I'll hand you back to Mr. Chessel to ask any questions of re-examination. Thank you.
Before you do, Member Kendall, Mr. Organ referred to a report or a presentation, a PowerPoint, I think his language was, prepared by Mr. Rogers of Cattle Hill. Can I ask that be provided, given he's relied on that?
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll circulate that upon receipt. Okay, my first question concerns the red-tailed black cockatoo. And I'll ask Ms. Guild to please share on the screen page 577 of Appendix C. Now, these are questions that were directed toward both Mr. Organ and Mr. Gibson. I'll start with you, Mr. Organ. The question concerned the extent to which the pine plantation setting might affect the flight behaviour of the cockatoo. Do you recall those series of questions?
Yes.
If you were to assume, as indeed is the case, that the highest that trees within the pine plantation will grow to is in the order of 35 to 40 metres, such that there is a 20 to 25 metre separation between the upper end of that canopy and the lower end of the Rhoda sweat zone. What do you say that information suggests about the likelihood of there being conflict between movements of red-tailed black cockatoo, should they fly through the site on occasion?
Yeah, there's a couple of things here. So obviously there's that gap of 20 and 25 metres between the tallest mature pine plantation or pine lot. So the first point is that there is that gap. Let's just assume the entire area is mature pine plantation, then there's going to be that separation. Second point is that so that's worst case scenario in terms of saying that the whole site has got mature pines, which isn't the case. My understanding is that there was information provided with respect to the age and I think it's in the revised BAMP plan, that detail in terms of the age and the size. And so so if you step back from that, there's going to be a lot of area that has more than the 20 to 25 metre separation, assuming birds fly across the site. And then the third point is there's going to be areas within an existing pine plantation where the birds can fly through, i.e. access tracks that dissect the whole site. So there's available area should birds fly across the site to avoid them. And then the third thing is we can't just assume that there's a barrier across the entire site, like turbines are just scattered right through. There's the vertical separation, not only the horizontal gap, but the vertical separation between each turbine, which was full open area that any birds can fly through. So, and then you look at the avoidance of the turbines. The birds fly during the day, not at night. The likelihood they're likely to fly through the site, which we've gone through. So you factor in all those considerations, and then you come to a point where you're not going to get the entire population flying through this area. Only a small proportion of the population over certain periods of the year. There's some years you get very few animals on the southern part of the distribution. So you consider all these factors, and then you look at what the overall risk is, and the overall risk is low for this species given the lack of habitat. Conversely, if there were turbines proposed in the national park surrounded by a forest, which isn't the case, then the risk would be materially different. So, short answer.
Mr. Gibson, sorry, Mr. Organ, Mr. Gibson, what do you say in respect of?
Yeah,
do you agree or disagree with that?
I agree with all of that. One interesting thing in this table is that the birds appear to be actually flying lower over woodland than they are over the open country. There's a high proportion of flights in that lowest class, which suggests to me that if they are flying above the canopy, they're flying quite close to the trees. So
thank you. Mr. Tobin also, in respect of this species, suggested that birds might travel through the pine plantation, notwithstanding the lack of suitable habitat, because the birds may want to access the water bodies that exist to the south. To what extent, there was a question earlier from the committee about the extent of survey effort within different parts of Victoria. To what extent, how would you describe the survey effort in respect of places like Lake Monbiong?
Well, it's publicly accessible. So and I won't go into the Google Earth, but you would have seen the YouTube clip, and you would have potentially gone down there yourselves. So the pine plantation is publicly accessible. There's a large number of records for other species across the landscape, both within the swamp, in the pine plantation. Probably one would say that the plantation's probably got comparatively fewer records because birdos aren't necessarily stopping in the pine plantation looking for birds. They go to the areas where is likely to detect the species that they want to find. But it's not like this is under-surveyed. There's got, and the recovery team actively search for this species during a specific time of year. They have annual counts. So it's a targeted effort to spot them in the landscape. So for many, many years this has occurred, including around Nelson, and the data would, if they were recorded, or if they were using that coastal strip, the data would show that, and it doesn't. It's not a reflection of lack of survey effort. Yeah, sure, the more you look, the more you find in certain cases, but here we've got a very targeted program where you have the national red-tailed black cockatoo counts.
So to what extent do you say it's likely then that the birds of any significant number would seek to access those water bodies to the south?
It's highly unlikely that they would occur regularly, if at all. Like the Atlas has been going for over 100 years. There's 4 records, and look at there's hundreds of records to the north along the park. In the park, they would use the Glenelg River for a water source and other water bodies, and I've got a high level of confidence with the data that's available that this species is unlikely to regularly, if at all, use that coastal strip on a regular basis.
Mr. Gibson, do you agree?
Yeah, I do. Lake Monbiong in particular is a campsite. I'd expect if they're making regular use of those water bodies along Discovery Bay for drinking, I'd expect to see a lot more evidence of that in the records.
Okay, I want to move now to some questions about the blue-winged parrot. And Mr. Organ, you'll recall that Mr. Tobin put some questions to you about records of fatalities. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
It seemed to be accepted that there were no records of fatalities within Victoria, but reference was then made to the reporting undertaken in respect of the Cattle Hill wind farm in Tasmania. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I remember that. Yep.
And you pointed to differences in the behaviour of the relevant birds in Tasmania as opposed to Victoria, and in particular the extent to which they group together, if you like, in the Tasmanian context. The question I wanted to put to you concerns the particular turbine type that is deployed at Cattle Hill. That is a Goldwind GW140 model with the following dimensions. It has a total height of 170 metres, a rotor diameter of 140 metres, such that the rotor swept clearance zone is 30 metres from the ground. To what extent, if any, do those differences suggest a different risk profile in respect of these turbines relative to those turbines, particularly in the context of blue-winged parrot, and to the extent that blue-winged parrot can be used as a proxy for the orange-bellied parrot?
Yeah, it just it highlights the fact that the risk profile is even lower for this project, given the clearance, given our understanding of the species ecology and how high they fly. I didn't necessarily say earlier that they only flock in Tasmania and not in Victoria. They do flock in Victoria as well, but depends on the site context. But yeah, the flight height, and I know through discussions with individuals out at Cattle Hill that those mortalities have occurred over a number of years. And like I said earlier, you can't necessarily assume that those 5 that were killed on that one day, based on the report that was presented, was a flock of birds. It may have occurred over a time period, but yeah, that there's almost double the clearance in terms of the 30 metres to the 60 metres what's proposed here for that the clearance, and therefore the risk is reduced accordingly.
Do you agree with that, Mr. Gibson?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Mr. Organ, there were some questions then put about the risk posed to orange-bellied parrot, particularly in the context of the overall population of that species. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
Were you involved in or familiar with the assessment that was undertaken in respect of the risk posed to that species by the Robbins Island wind farm?
Yes, I gave evidence at that hearing.
How would you describe the risk profile of that project relative to the risk profile of this project as it concerns orange-bellied parrot?
Oh, significantly higher for that project compared to this project.
Why so then?
Robbins Island is located in northwest Tasmania, just north of the mainland of Tasmania, where, based on recent radio tracking and field observations over many years, the majority, if not all, I would say the majority of the population would pass through that area, not necessarily right through the proposed wind farm site, but definitely in the migration pathway for that species. So it's got a comparatively higher risk profile than this site that would potentially support one or small numbers of individuals. Again, not every year, but it obviously was identified that the overwintering population can use the coastal strip, but yeah, in terms of the risk, is significantly less than what's proposed for that project.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibson, are you familiar with that project, or did you have any direct involvement in it?
No involvement, but I have reviewed some of the documents and some of the information.
And do you agree with the assessment of the relative risk profile of that project relative?
Yeah, I do. I mean, the Robbins Island is on the migration path. This project is north of potential habitat, so with little reason for the birds to be flying through the site.
Okay. My next series of questions then concerns the deployment of technologies as a aid in monitoring, detection and curtailment. This is a question to all of you, and we might start with you, Mr. Van Oster. You're aware that the mitigation measure that is formulated in respect of the preparation of the BAMF requires a number of things in respect of the investigation and utilisation of technologies of the type that have been described before the committee.
Yes.
And that mitigation measure requires, amongst other things, an investigation of technology available for monitoring, detection and curtailment.
Yes.
That, if appropriate, having regard to the potential benefits to species of concern of utilisation of the technology, the cost of technology and the need for responses to risk to be proportionate to the risk, utilisation of technology for the purposes of monitoring, detection and or curtailment.
Yes.
And furthermore, to include a plan for further monitoring of species of concern prior to commissioning with consideration of best practice survey methods and areas and provision for the utilisation of technology in undertaking that monitoring if proportionate to the benefits of utilisation of the technology.
Yes.
Do those recommended measures in the EPRs give effect to your recommendations in respect of investigations into and implementation of those types of technologies?
Yes, they do.
Mr. Gibson, same question.
Yes.
And Mr. Organ, subject to the qualification that you identified yesterday, I think in respect of the last being monitoring, I'll ask you the same question.
Yes, and can I just say one thing, because it was asked yesterday about the height of the plantation. There will be potentially submissions around the effectiveness of identify in a pine plantation. There's a couple of things to consider. One is the clearing around the turbines. So there'll be open areas around the proposed turbines where there'll be no plantation. Number two is that the height of the identified systems, there's multiple heights you can install them at up to about 30 metres. So the worst case scenario will be at small area that the trees will get higher than that. But the purpose of the identify is to identify the complete, to look at the areas surrounding each turbine. So there will not be limitations associated with installing these units, because it was implied based on the report that was provided just earlier by Mr. Tobin in the Cattle Hill Wind Farm, that adaptive management process, because one of those turbines, one of those units of the 16, and I went to the site, I've been to the site, they installed a height identified system up to 12 metres. The reason why the vegetation initially wasn't able to be cleared, because it was part of a forest agreement under the Carbon Farming Initiative. They then subsequently got approval from the landowner to lop the vegetation to increase visibility. But the reason why those wedge-tail eagles were killed at that location was because the behaviour of the wedge-tail eagles in cooler temperatures, they're not elevated high in the air where that particular unit couldn't identify them. That's since been rectified with a taller unit, and there's been no fatalities documented at Cattle Hill for wedge-tail eagles, and so no question that this technology or others with elevation will have complete visibility depending on the number of units across the site, and therefore the effectiveness will not be compromised by the fact that it's in a pine plantation.
Okay, my last question concerns Appendix C, and if we could just go to page 200 this is Mr. Organ's statement, I beg your pardon. Page 211 of that statement. This is just to pick up on a question from Member Wilkinson, at least how I understood the question. This is a plan that shows the distribution of white-throated needletail observations over time within Victoria. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that plan would seem to show a concentration of movements in and around Melbourne and in and around Geelong. See that?
Yes.
Is that likely to be a function of survey effort in and around those locations, as opposed to a true record of the distribution of the species across the state?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't looking at the density of dots when I was asked to answer that question. But if you look at it in that way, so Mornington Peninsula, Melbourne, higher population of people, therefore higher rate of recording. My answer to the question was look at the dots, the distribution across the state. They are recorded, but yeah, that's an artefact of the high population and people looking for them in those locations.
And so would you expect a material difference in the distribution of this species across the state?
No, because based on I've done this for other species, you'll see there's discrete difference, like the Orange Belly Parrot records, they're all along the coast. As opposed to this, which is essentially scattered across the state.
So what then does that suggest as to the relative risk profile of this project to that species, that is relative to any other project of utilising this number and size of turbines within other parts of Victoria?
It's completely to the remainder of the state.
Okay, thank you. They're the questions by way of re-examination.
Thank you.
Could those witnesses now please be excused?
Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you very much to everybody. You've been with us for several days now, and we really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Member Kendall, once I'm organised myself, what I'm proposing to do is just move straight to the question of social impacts.
Thank you.
And why don't we all do this at the same time? There are some opening submissions, which are document number 324, and I'll turn to those relatively briefly. Mr. Weston will be called to give evidence by Ms. Guild. Mr. Weston's witness statement is document number 77. And Mr. Weston has prepared some slides in respect of his presentation, and that is document number 327. If you have document 324 to hand, I'll just again walk you through that submission briefly. Do you have that before you?
Just give us 1 minute.
Yes, thanks. While we're doing this, I'll just invite Mr. Weston to set up.
Thank you. Just before, I know that we are going to present some submissions before we move into evidence, but just confirming that we have Mr. Tobin intending to ask questions as well as some questions from the IAC following the evidence. So
thank you.
And I think
we'll be well placed to conclude that topic today.
Yeah,
I hope.
Thank you.
Ready to go?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, we'll start at paragraph 2, please, of document 324. And there you'll see that, again, we've listed the key documents. We're dealing now with Appendix R to the environmental effects statement. You obviously have the witness statement of Mr. Weston. 2 technical notes are relevant. The first concerns the neighbour agreements that have been prepared, and you'll recall that on the first day of the hearing we explained how those neighbour agreements are industry best practice and seek to regulate and address the immediate or most immediate effects of projects of this type. There's also we've made reference to technical note 25, which concerns relevantly the CIS, and we've included that because of the range of commitments that have been made by the proponent pursuant to the agreement with the federal government as part of that program, benefits that we've now addressed on a couple of occasions, so I won't run over them again. The submissions go on to identify the relevant evaluation objective, which is to avoid and minimise adverse effects on land use, social fabric of the community, local infrastructure, aviation safety, and to neighbouring landowners during construction operation and decommissioning of the project. And at paragraph 5, we've made reference to what in the scoping requirements are identified as the most relevant key issues being significant disruption to existing and or proposed land uses with associated economic and social effects. And if we pause there, I don't think that there is any serious suggestion that this proposal would compromise adjacent land uses in a direct sense. I suppose there's some suggestion that it will impact upon the capacity or the amenity of the nearby national park and Discovery Bay Coastal Park. But in a more immediate traditional land use sense, there's no suggestion that there's a conflict that would arise as a consequence of this project. And the other potential key issue is the potential for adverse economic and social effects. And certainly the second of those effects is something that's addressed in the evidence of Mr. Weston. We've already addressed you separately, albeit at a high level in respect of the very numerous beneficial economic effects of the project. At paragraph 6, we identify the mitigation measures that are most relevant to this topic. And like with previous topics, we think it would be useful just to very briefly run through the day one changes that have been introduced in respect of this topic or this sequence of mitigation measures. And I'll invite Ms. Gill to just run through those changes now.
Thank you. The first mitigation measure for socioeconomic is a community engagement strategy, which is just designed to ensure that there's consistent and consultative engagement with communities throughout the project's various phases. There haven't been any changes to that measure. The second mitigation measure is SEO2, which is a shared benefit strategy, and that has 3 components. There have been some changes made to this mitigation measure in response to Mr. Weston's evidence. So the first aspect of the strategy is a community enhancement plan, and the change that's been made is to make it explicit that this strategy should proactively and purposefully share the rewards of the project with the local community. And so that emphasis on the local has been made explicit. The second component is a neighbours benefit plan, which Mr. Chessel spoke of a moment ago and also in opening. And the third component is an Aboriginal participation plan, which is detailed further in measure SE05. Measure SE03 is a local participation and social procurement strategy, which is really intended to ensure that the local benefits are delivered, both social and economic benefits. And there's various aspects to that in terms of employment, procurement, training, and a variety of specific measures, and that ties in very specifically with some of the CIS commitments that are outlined in the technical note. Mitigation measure SE04 is probably the most prescriptive of the mitigation measures and also the one where there are the most changes in the day one version. So the exhibited version of this mitigation measure did include a requirement for a workforce accommodation management plan, but it was expressed in quite general terms. Mr. Weston's evidence was that there needed to be a much more structured process mandated in this mitigation measure, and that is what has been set out now in SE04, and Mr. Weston will no doubt talk to the rationale for and the intended operation of that particular mitigation measure. And that's aimed at the particular potential implications for the local housing market of having the construction workers in town for an extended but not permanent period. SE05, as I mentioned, is the specifics of the Aboriginal participation plan. The day one change there is to explicitly require that participation plan be developed and implemented in consultation with the Gunitj Mirring Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation, and that covers several different aspects of consultation and participation and ensuring that benefits are shared. There's a particular reference to apprenticeships now included in that mitigation measure, which is also a response to the Greenwich-Merring submission. And SE06 is a complaint investigation and response plan and register, which is been no changes there, and it's a relatively standard mitigation measure.
Just one question. It's just a drafting matter. It might be easier to deal with it now than later on. Under SE04, which is the Workforce Accommodation Management Plan, I understand that you have agreed to Mr. Weston's recommendation for changes to that mitigation measure. Doesn't seem as though you've captured all of what Mr. Weston had recommended. There might have been a cut and paste fail. If you look at 2A, for example, it says for residual accommodation needs following 1A, 1B and 1C.
So I was going to say, so stage 1 in Mr. Weston's expert witness statement has multiple stages, which have been consolidated into one overall requirement rather than the stages, which just weren't seen as being necessary. The objective is to or the requirement is to consider implementation of practicable demand reduction measures, and wasn't considered necessary that those stages be stepped out. The 2A does need to refer to 1 rather than 1A, 1B and 1C. Mr. Weston's slides indicate that he's comfortable with this reformulation of it, but we can ask Mr. Weston to address that as he goes through his evidence.
I understand what you're saying. It's not entirely clear to me that the summary reflects what Mr. Weston has in his evidence report, but if he has a view about that, he can no doubt take us to that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. So if we just complete the exercise and return to the written submission, you'll see that we've set out the key issues of paragraph 7, and they are essentially the potential social impacts arising from the project as they concern demand for housing and community facilities and services that is associated with the construction workers, and secondly, social impacts arising as a consequence of changes to amenity and character. We address the first of those two potential impacts at paragraphs 8 and 9. We'll hear evidence about it shortly. We won't walk you through those paragraphs, other than to note that unlike a number of other projects, the proximity of this project to a regional centre means that there are services and facilities that can properly be utilised for this purpose, albeit they'll need careful management in the manner that's contemplated. At paragraph 10, we address the second type or second category of social impacts, those being impacts arising from changes to amenity and character. And the only point that I'd like to make in opening here is that the committee will recall on the first day of the hearing, we made the observation that one of the defining characteristics of this project is the relatively few private residences in and around the subject site. And so when we're talking here about impacts on amenity and character, in many respects, those impacts are experienced within the public realm as opposed to the private realm, though of course there will be impacts within the private realm. We simply observe that relative to other projects, the number of private residences that will experience amenity and character impacts of the type that generally arise in respect of these projects is relatively limited. That's not to say that impacts on the private realm aren't important and need to be considered, but it is an important characteristic of this project we submit that should be taken into account in assessing the nature of the impacts that arise. And so what we've done at paragraph 10 is summarise at a high level the evidence that you'll hear from Mr. Weston, and I won't walk you through those matters for present purposes. I should say that the matters in paragraph 10 are in the nature of a submission Mr. Weston identifies that the social impacts will need to be taken into account and balanced in the overall assessment process. And we've made some observations about how in our submission that assessment, that is the overall balancing assessment, should be conducted. Now, unless there's any questions of us, we're keen to get to the evidence and keep matters moving.
Thank you. That sounds good.
Thank you. I'll invite Ms Gill to...
Mr. Weston, can we please start with your full name? And can people hear Mr. Weston on the
No,
line?
if you could just check your microphone is on and...
Glenn Daniel Weston.
Yes, but if you could speak to the microphone, that would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Weston, can we start with your occupation and employer?
Yes, I'm a social planner and my employer is Public Place Melbourne.
And what's the address of Public Place Melbourne?
44 Hanmer Street, Williamstown.
And Mr. Weston, you've prepared a witness statement, which is document D77.
That's right.
And you've also prepared a presentation, which is document 327.
That's right, yes.
And your expert witness statement has set out your instructions at Annexure B.
Yes.
And also a summary of your qualifications, your CV, at Annexure A.
Yes.
Is there anything you wish to correct or clarify in either of those documents?
There is one small correction I'd like to make.
For which document?
The expert witness statement.
Yep. So
at table 5.2, on the line that's labelled LBIA low/moderate or less, if you run across to the column that has 3.5 to 5 kilometres, there's a 0 in that cell, and that's a typo. That should be 9.
Okay. Any other corrections?
That's it.
Are the facts stated in those two documents true to the best of your knowledge?
They are.
And the opinions honestly held?
They are.
And do you adopt those documents as your evidence?
I do.
Okay. I'll ask you, Mr. Weston, to share your screen and take us through your presentation, and if there's anything remaining. No? Not connected?
I had assumed the presentation would be shared by...
We can do that, yep. 327. Yep. Good. Okay.
Just to confirm, we're looking at document 327. Is that correct? That you're bringing up?
I'll just pop it up for now. And we might be able to switch over. Oh, you've got it now? Okay. Oh. Okay, over to you, Mr. Weston.
Will I be able to move the slide?
Do you want to just...
Yeah, okay. Yep, you can move the first slide. I'll just get going. The location of the project is primarily within a pine plantation between Portland and the township of Nelson. There are national parks to the north and the south, including the Discovery Bay Coastal Park, and parts of the Lower Glenelg National Park and the Discovery Bay Coastal Park form part of the Glenelg Estuary and Discovery Bay Ramsar wetland. I'm going to talk about two social impact pathways during my presentation. The first is changes to the social profile of the region associated with employment creation, and the second is changes to the amenity and character of the surrounding area. In relation to workforce and social profile, potential impacts, both positive and negative, would be greatest during the construction phase when employment levels would be higher. In relation to amenity and character, I will focus on potential impacts during operation. While I accept that construction activity can be a source of considerable nuisance, the construction period would be time limited and construction activity would occur during normal working hours. In addition, specialists in the areas of noise and traffic have concluded that construction noise and traffic can be managed appropriately. It's also my experience that impacts to agricultural businesses and property owners associated with development of linear infrastructure situated underground can be managed in an acceptable way via a construction management plan, which ensures route selection and construction sequencing is undertaken to minimise disruptions for landholders and through financial compensation for lost productivity. In this context, I note that upon exiting the pine plantation, the transmission line would be built underground and would traverse 13 separate agricultural land holdings. And at the time I prepared my evidence, agreements were in place with 12 of the landholders and negotiations proceeding in relation to the last. The decision to underground the transmission infrastructure has no doubt assisted the proponent in terms of reaching agreement with these property owners. So moving on to workforce and social profile. Construction would occur over 2 to 3 years, with the workforce peaking at approximately 350 workers for 6 to 9 months, and for 3 to 4 months either side of the peak worker numbers would be approximately 325. The influx of workers during construction has potential implications relating to the availability and affordability of housing, demand for community facilities and services, and social cohesion within existing communities. In relation to housing, demand for housing is to be managed via the proposed workforce accommodation plan, which is Appendix C of the SIA and is currently in draft. In response to this proposed measure, I've suggested that an action plan be added in order to balance a number of competing goals. These being providing certainty of outcome for the community while also providing flexibility for the proponent, protecting the rental market, assisting in distributing workers across the different settlements, and allowing accommodation providers to benefit from additional demand while avoiding the displacement of existing users. In terms of providing flexibility for the proponent, this goal was selected reflecting the uncertainty regarding workforce numbers and outcomes in terms of local recruitment. In terms of protecting the rental market, this goal was selected to reflect the fact that there are relatively few rental vacancies and lettings in Portland and Mount Gambier, and that a relatively large proportion of local renters are experiencing rental stress. In terms of distributing the workers across the settlements, this goal has been selected to reflect the fact that settlements such as Mount Gambier and Portland are larger and well serviced compared with smaller settlements such as Nelson. And finally, the goal of allowing accommodation providers to benefit from additional demand while avoiding displacement of existing users is selected to reflect the seasonal nature of accommodation demand and the reliance of the region on income from tourism, particularly over the summer period. I've also suggested that the audit of accommodation be updated to focus on rooms as opposed to beds, as I believe this would be a more practical sort of assessment of the capacity of the local market to absorb the demand created by the construction workforce. And assuming that the action plan and the additional audit are done, an updated plan would allow local communities to harness the project's potential economic and social benefits while avoiding negative impacts such as rental price increases and displacement of tourists. In relation to community facilities and services, the profile of the workforce to a degree limits additional demand for facilities and services that may arise, primarily as the workforce would be younger males who use medical services at a lower rate than the population generally, and the fact that they're unlikely to relocate partners and dependents to the region. Nevertheless, there would be some uplift in demand for medical services such as GPs. However, this demand would be distributed across 2 larger urban centres and represents only a small increase in the context of existing supply. So I guess it's fortunate that there's these larger urban centres nearby. Many infrastructure projects in regional areas do create difficulties in terms of accommodating the needs of workers, both in relation to housing and also servicing them, in particular in relation to their need for medical services. But on this occasion, the project is just situated near these centres and basically in a fortunate way that allows for the needs of the workforce to be accommodated by existing services. Finally, in relation to social cohesion, there is potential for construction workers to exert a dominant influence on social dynamics in smaller communities, such as Nelson. However, an updated workforce accommodation management plan would ensure that few, if any, workers would reside in Nelson. And in contrast, the presence of construction workers in Portland and Mount Gambier is likely to be well accepted and contribute positively to economic and social vitality in those townships. Moving on to amenity and character. The project's located primarily within an existing plantation, and transmission infrastructure from the project to the Hayward Terminal Station would be built underground. And this limits the exposure of residential dwellings to any project element that may affect residential amenity. With the exception of 3 dwellings, noise would be less than 40 dB figure, which I understand would ensure appropriate protection of sleep, health and amenity of residents. The turbines would be potentially visible over a wide area, with the LVIA indicating high to moderate visual impacts within 5 kilometres. This table is just provided to give a sense of the total exposure of residences to changes to amenity, which may be thought to detract from amenity. And as you can see, the number of dwellings overall is relatively small, reflecting the location of the project within the plantation. In addition to that, a number of the dwellings have made an agreement with the proponent to become a stakeholder in the project. So again, that limits the number of dwellings which can be thought of as being vulnerable to amenity impacts. And then beyond that, the actual outcome at most of the dwellings in terms of noise is only a minor increase in noise, or a noise level which is relatively low. And similarly with visual impacts, there's only a small number of dwellings where visual impacts are high. That's not to take away from, I suppose, the reality for a particular resident if they're confronted with changes to their amenity. But in terms of overall social impact, the level of disruption to amenity and the potential flow-on impacts in terms of perhaps people wanting to leave their residence or feeling upset about the project and disengaging from social life will be contained. Moving on. Changes to the amenity of nearby locations is an unavoidable outcome of a project like a wind farm. Obviously, the turbines are very tall and going to be visible over a wide area. In that context, the proponent's using 2 tools to try and mitigate impacts for local residents. The first is voluntary acquisition, which is occurring on a case-by-case basis, with the closest and most impacted neighbours being prioritised. In addition, neighbours can sign up to a neighbourhood benefit plan. Under this plan, neighbours would receive a monetary payment which reflects their proximity to wind turbines. The technical note that's been provided to me provided a bit of a comparison between other projects and this project in terms of the scale of the payment, which indicated that this project performs well comparatively. And thinking about it from first principles, if you're one of the closer neighbours, you would be quite close to multiple turbines because of the clustering. And as a result, you'd receive a reasonably generous payment. I think the closest dwelling would receive more than $40,000 a year. To put that in context, it would probably cost less than that to rent the dwelling for the year. So I support the use of voluntary acquisition and the neighbour benefit plan, as these tools constitute an explicit recognition that neighbours would be living within a modified environment and a tangible measure to compensate these residents. There's no legislative requirements or industry code of practice relating to voluntary acquisition or measures such as the neighbour benefit plan. And in this context, the proposed mitigation response should be seen as a proactive and well-intentioned approach to offsetting the impact of the proposed wind farm. I'm just going to move on to the Great South West Walk now. The Great South West Walk is a 260-kilometre walking trail circuit from Portland to Nelson via the Lower Glenelg National Park and the Discovery Bay Coastal Park. The walk traverses 4 areas with distinct environmental qualities, including the Discovery Bay section, which is along the coastline. Walkers who use this trail are encouraged to break the walk up into 14 subsections, which comprise approximately 15 to 23 kilometres linked by camping grounds. The Parks Victoria have provided some data which indicates roughly how many people use the campsites and the walk each year. In 2024, about 880 walkers used the Lake Mombiong campsite, and about 943 walkers used the Swan Lake campsite, which are the 2 campsites which allow for that section of the walk to be traversed. In addition, those campsites were also used by general campers who just go to the site, not necessarily to break up the walk, but just to enjoy the campsite. And there were 445 bookings at Lake Mombiong and 264 bookings at Swan Lake for the year. Those bookings are for the campsite, and the campsite can be occupied by up to 6 people. So it makes comparison of the 2 data sets a little bit tricky because you don't know exactly how many people are using the campsite. But in respect to the data relating to the walkers, that's per individual. So that is an indication of exactly how many people have undertaken the walk and camped. There's a seasonal pattern to the bookings. There's obviously less activity over winter, as you might expect. Another thing to consider is that not all walkers using the Great South West Walk use the camp. And some walk a section and then go and stay in Portland, for example, overnight, and then they might walk another section. Not everyone walks the entire walk. Everyone's sort of using it to suit their own needs. It's also worth noting that using a walk like the Great South West Walk is not an everyday outing. And for many, it can be an aspirational and potentially once-in-a-lifetime experience. And the walk is highly valued by the local community and visitors alike. With the undertaking of the walk and time spent volunteering to maintain and upgrade the walk, leaving a lasting positive impression on many. The proposed wind turbines would be visible and potentially audible in the Discovery Bay section of the walk, and to a lesser extent the Capes and Bays section. I guess the ultimate question is what impact would this have on the use and enjoyment of the walk? And in that context, there are numerous factors which inform people's willingness to accept changes to the amenity of natural areas. These include the acceptance of the need for the proposed infrastructure, whether the project benefits the impacted community and to what degree, how special or rare the place is, the degree of personal connection to the place, and the perceived compatibility of the infrastructure with the place's prevailing character. Clearly, there are contextual factors which are consistent with a negative reaction to the project, including the fact that the Discovery Bay section of the walk has a wild, raw and unspoilt natural character, and the expressed intangible connection to the walk among volunteers and regular users, as well as the scale of the turbines. Nevertheless, the wind turbines are typically considered to be relatively palatable addition to the landscape, and there is general support within the community for renewable energy projects. Moreover, the project would not have a strong influence on the character and amenity of substantial portions of the Discovery Bay section, and little to no influence on the character and amenity of the remainder of the walk. Considering this, the Great South West Walk would continue to offer a potentially exhilarating experience, and that's the way that the walk is described by the Friends of the Walk, and would continue to have the capacity to leave a lasting positive impression on those that use it. However, some may find that the project difficult to accept, and a proportion would be profoundly disappointed if the project proceeds. In relation to other locations, changes to the amenity and character of these locations, such as the township of Nelson, would be minimal and or not particularly impactful, such as locations such as roads. I think it was mentioned before that the day one EMF has been amended to reflect some of the suggestions that I made in my evidence. Specifically, MMSEO2 has been amended to make a local focus for the community enhancement plan more explicit, and that's consistent with the submissions of the local council. And MMSEO4 has been updated to reflect the suggestions that I've made around the workforce accommodation plan, specifically adding an action plan along the lines of the table in my evidence, and also that the audit be redone with a focus on rooms as opposed to beds. There was a mention of whether or not the wording in the EMF was consistent with my evidence. The table was presented essentially as a suggestion, as an example of what could be done to improve the workforce accommodation plan. And I did step out three essentially demand reduction or ways of reducing demand. I think they were maximise local recruitment, sequence construction so as to minimise the peak worker demand. I think there was one more. I can't remember what that was. But in any case, the idea is to try and reduce the peak workforce size. And the idea is that the proponent think about, before worrying about accommodation, think about how to minimise demand from the project. And it's open to them to do that in whatever way works for them. So if the plan includes a reference to minimising demand, then I'm satisfied with that. The most important part of the plan, from my point of view, is what comes after that. So if the proponent can't minimise demand very effectively, so if it's not very successful in recruiting locally, it becomes more difficult to achieve the objectives of the plan without going further into the set of actions. So it's really it's up to them in a way to reduce demand as best they can. But so long as they agree to the steps that come after that, then certainty is provided for the community.
Mr. Weston, just before you go on, just to make sure I understand your position, would you have any objections or concerns if, for example, the IOC supported the three strategies that you included in your table 5.1 but haven't quite made it into the EMF?
Well, obviously I've suggested them because I think that they're ideas that are worth doing or contemplating doing. Of course, there'll be a residual amount of demand. Even if the project works hard to recruit locally or to get rid of peaks in workforce demand, there's going to be a need to accommodate workers. So to the extent that they're successful in stage one, it lessens the burden in the subsequent stages. And I'd encourage them obviously to do that. If the IOC wanted those strategies nominated, I mean, I put them forward. But I also don't necessarily see that as being fundamentally required.
Thanks.
Mr. Weston, in in your evidence, you've spoken of the workforce management plan allowing local communities to harness the potential economic and social benefits of the project, and the potential to, if demand is directed towards Portland and Mount Gambier, to contribute positively to the economic and social vitality of those townships. Can you just speak briefly to how you see those benefits being achieved, or what those benefits are?
Okay. Well, how they would be achieved is making sure that the workers are distributed across the towns proportionately, so that any of the negatives that might arise are minimised or avoided. So if you thought, for example, if the workforce was allowed to go and find accommodation wherever it wanted, then everyone could decide that Portland was more desirable, and then they max out all of the accommodation in Portland, and then they express demand for medical services only in Portland. And then all of a sudden, what could have been a positive outcome has become a headache for people who live in Portland. Perhaps people are using the rental accommodation in the town because we haven't said you have to use hotels. And so they're the problems that can arise. And then the way that we would make sure that we get the benefits and not those negatives is to firstly distribute people across the two towns, so that things like demand for medical services are expressed in places where they can be accommodated without any undue effect, by directing them to a form of accommodation which is fundamentally there to provide for temporary accommodation needs, as opposed to sort of going into, say, the rental market because it's cheaper or more attractive for some reason for the workers, and then potentially incentivising people to kick people out of their homes and, I suppose, rent seek and get the additional income that could come from workers coming into their rental property. So as long as the strategy is employed and people go and live in the towns in accommodation which is suitable and in numbers which reflect the capacity of the towns to accommodate them, then what you've got left is new people in the town who will spend money in the local retail market, or like use the restaurants and make them more viable. They're there for an extended period. Some of them are going to be there for a couple of years. So younger men might go and play football. Some people might do other community activities. So essentially, you've just got an injection of energy, enthusiasm, and new people into a town without any of the potential negatives that could arise.
Thank you. And I think you've got one more slide.
So just by way of conclusion, the project's most significant potential social impacts relate to the construction workforce's effect on the availability and affordability of housing, demand for community facilities and services and social cohesion, and also the influence of the proposed turbines on the character and amenity of nearby residences and natural areas. Having reviewed the Day 1 EMF, I'm confident that workers can be accommodated in a manner which harnesses the project's potential economic and social benefits, while avoiding potential negative impacts, such as those relating to rental price increases and or displacement of tourists. Impacts arising due to changes to the amenity and character of the local area should be considered alongside other positive and negative impacts of the project as part of the net benefit assessment. That's fine.
Thank you. That is Mr. Weston's evidence in chief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weston. We'll break now for 15 minutes, then come back for questions. Thank you. See everybody shortly.
All right, well, we'll only be 20 minutes. I'm pretty. Thanks, mate. All right, see you. Bye. Sorry. Oh, let's see narrowing. Oh, you'll be happy to see. Be happy to see. Boxing. Um,
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So we'll move straight into questions. Mr. Tobin, I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Weston. My name's Mr. Tobin. I am a lawyer acting for DECA and Parks Victoria in respect of this proceeding, but today my questions are on behalf of Parks Victoria. Can I start with your report, which is document 77, and I'm going to start by going to your methodology, which is section 4, to be found at PDF page 3 of 48. Do you have that there?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
What you set out at 4.1 is the fact that you're engaged and and that you weren't involved in the earlier work that informed the exhibited EES. That's right?
That's right.
And you then go on to, at 4.2, to set out the steps that you've undertaken in preparing the assessment that you present as expert evidence, correct?
Yes.
And those steps include visiting locations along the Great Southwest Walk, which is of interest to my client, Parks Victoria, and other locations around the site. Can I presume you went to Lake Mombiong on that tour?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, good. And then you set out some relevant material that you've assessed. Now, the EES is a considerable document when viewed as a whole. Was your assessment confined to those documents listed there below?
There has been another technical note that I've looked at since.
Yeah.
But largely that's...
But largely this material. Can I ask you this? There was a document which the Unwelt social impact assessment informed, which was a technical appendix A, which was a transmission line options assessment. It's not listed in the materials. I'm proceeding on the assumption that you haven't read it, unless you contradict me.
I don't think I did, no.
Okay, very good. Okay. Now, is it fair to say that in terms of the evidence that you have presented, you haven't gone away and undertaken an empirical assessment of social impacts, save that you've undertaken some desktop analysis of housing needs and the like? Is that right?
I wouldn't put it that way.
No? Well, how would you put it?
I would say that there's a degree of empiricism.
I'm having it's probably me, but can I ask you to speak up?
Sorry.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that there's no empirical data has been used. For example, I looked at data provided by Parks Victoria relating to campsite usage. And there's lots of empirical data contained within all of the reports that I looked at. And I've been to the site. So
yeah.
This is
yeah. Perhaps I need to put the question more particularly. You've used the work you've done yourself in that regard has been to prepare your own desktop assessment of housing needs or housing related matters, but otherwise you've relied on the work of others to inform the opinions you express in the report.
Yes, the data is essentially secondary data that I'm using. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Which means it's collected by others.
Yeah, and is it right to say that chief amongst that material that you've relied upon is Technical Appendix R, which is the social impact assessment?
Yeah, that was one of the main sources of information, yes.
Yeah. Save for some minor comments, we don't have your view on how we don't have your concluded view on how robust you consider technical appendix R. Were you asked to express a view on whether you consider it to be a robust social assessment?
No, like I wasn't instructed to conduct a peer review. I think possibly the time that was available didn't allow for that. I focused on trying to articulate what I thought were the most important impacts to be considered, as opposed to a technical review of that report.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, you can assume with confidence that the questions I'm going to ask you about are to do with the interest of Parks Victoria, which is to do with that the campsites along the Great Southwest Walk and the public land controlled by my client along that area. So I'm going to focus in on those matters. If I'm going to then go to Technical Appendix R, and I want to go through some elements of the report. Let me share the screen. And I'm going to start by going to page 21. It's one of those documents. So page 21, which is PDF page 32, talks about stakeholder engagement. It's up on the screen, but do you want to get your own copy there? It'll be easier.
My eyesight doesn't.
Yeah, you go for it.
What page are we on? 21.
It's in the hard copy. It's numbered page 21.
I'm with you.
Okay. And then do you see here at 2.4 it says collaboration of people who have an interest, live, work, etc. You've got the 4 bullet points, and then it says that this assessment has relied upon input through consultation with the following stakeholders.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And it talks about statutory authorities, one of which would be Parks Victoria, local government and other interested persons there. One of them is visiting tourists. Okay. Now, what it then goes on just down from here is goes through quite a detailed engagement timeline. Now, I've been through that list in the engagement timeline. I can see that there was most certainly consultation, and you've made reference to consultation with the Friends of the Great Southwest Walk. I've struggled to find anything that actually finds any consultation recorded in respect of people who use the Great Southwest Walk. Is that right?
Well, I think you'll find in my evidence I point to the fact that there's only limited information about the walk and the extent to which people use it and why they use it, where they come from, those sorts of questions in the SIA. Further to that, there was no effort made to try and test.
There was no
effort made, or at least it's not reported that effort was made to try and test how people might react in light of the type of changes that the project would bring about. And for that reason, I fall back on experience I have with other projects and the nature of, or the contextual factors surrounding this project to try and form a view.
Yeah.
But there wasn't any data of that sort to make use of, as you allude to.
It's clear from, and you do mention it in your evidence, it's clear that you think that was relevant information, and relevant information, I infer that you think should have informed Technical Appendix R.
Well, it would have allowed for a more pointed or targeted assessment to be made. It would have been helpful.
Yeah. Now, and just to close it off, do you, in preparing your witness statement, have you obtained an understanding of the relationship between the Friends of the Great Southwest Walk and Parks Victoria, for instance?
I don't know much about that. I did try to contact the Friends of the Great South Walk through the process of preparing the witness statement, and did make contact with one gentleman who said he'd ring me back, and he didn't. I tried again, and I feel that he may have been reluctant to contribute. I think largely because the group, and I'm speculating really about his motivations, but I think largely because the group was wishing to not make a submission to the project, and so I guess he may have thought that by communicating with me, he might be sort of inadvertently doing that.
Sure. I think it's plain that the technical Appendix R was informed by some communications with the Friends. And what I wanted to put to you was, do you accept the proposition that, having acknowledged fairly, I think, that information from the tourists would provide more pointed information, the information from the Friends group is not necessarily a proxy for information from tourists, is it?
It wouldn't be a direct substitute for it, but they would obviously be familiar with the walk and why people come.
They would obviously what?
Be familiar with the walk, its characteristics, and potentially why people visit.
Yeah, well, they'd be certainly familiar with the walk, but it's to your knowledge, it's not necessarily the case that they'd have direct interaction with the tourists themselves, would they?
Not necessarily.
No. Okay. All right. Let me just stop sharing that for a moment and go to the next reference. Sorry, it's one of those documents where the PDFs don't align with the page numbers. Now, just as an example of what we just discussed, section 3.4.3.3, which is to be found at page 49 of Technical Appendix R, picks up or considers tourism values associated with natural resources. And sorry, you're going to the page. Let me wait for you.
Yeah.
Apologies. Have you got that page?
I do.
And it quotes a range of different sources, the Shire, the Friends of the Great Southwest Walk, where my cursor is there, and the paragraph above, and it quotes some council strategies about the natural resources. But again, it might be in places like this within the Technical Appendix R that we would provide value from the experience of people who actually do the walk and stay at the campgrounds.
It could be an inconvenient place to include it, yeah.
Yeah. And without labouring the point too much, and we won't necessarily share the screen with all of these. But at section 4.4.1, there's a discussion about, this is on page 82 of the document.
I'm with you.
There's a discussion about industrialisation of the landscape and changes to visual amenity at page 88. There's a discussion about at 4.4.4 about changes to enjoyment of pristine natural areas. And then if we go to section table 5.1 of the report, which is at page 124 of the report.
Mr. Tobin, are you still intending to screen share?
I'm not.
You're not.
Just
You've come.
listing
Yeah,
off.
that's
I
fine.
can if you like, but we're not
No,
going to
it's
take
fine.
particular documents
Thank
there. I just
you.
wanted to give you the references
Yes.
in case you were note taking.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's a discussion of other various impacts, and all of this is really to say that the way in which the report is structured is that it's not the impact of perhaps not if there was a problem with the methodology of technical appendix R, it's a problem that will pop up not just in one place of the report, but you'd agree, wouldn't you, that it'll come up throughout the report because there'll be that lack of information that informs those matters that are relevant to my client's interests.
It is a limitation of the.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Well, let's turn to your evidence now. Now, the first part of your evidence that I wanted to take you to is at your page 10, 9 of the report, which is PDF page 10. And you consider in this part of the report character and amenity. And you at 5.2.3 talk about noise impacts, and it's true that quite reasonably you've reviewed technical appendix O and relied upon that to ground your opinions in respect of noise impacts, both
Yes.
in terms of what standards are set and what measures are made.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. The next part that I want to take you to is to be found at page 13 of 12 of 48 of the report, but page 13 of the PDF, and I will share this page because we'll be here for a little bit of time. Maybe. All right. Let me stop sharing. I'll do the traditional way of doing it. Here we are. This is that part of the report where you consider the Great Southwest Walk. And you make reference to, at your 5.39, to the Friends of the Great Southwest Walk, but you clarified that, as you say there, that's from the social impact assessment, and there's no more primary information that you've been able to add to that because you couldn't make contact with them. You then include the data that you were provided in relation to Lake Mombiong and Swan Lake campsites. And I want to put to you some propositions as to how I read your opinions in relation to that. The first one is a factual proposition. That is that you form the view that they are rarely, if ever, at capacity. That's correct?
I was rereading this, and I probably chose my words.
Oh, you tell me what you say about that.
This is my view on that is in 5.4.2. It says the booking data indicate that campsites are rarely, if ever, completely booked. It really probably should say the booking data indicate that on a monthly basis.
Yeah.
The campsites are rarely, if ever, completely booked.
But I think more importantly, you go on to find that does not mean that the experience in those campsites are valued experiences.
Yeah, that's right. The main reason for saying that is in terms of trying to insist the inquiry and give them an impression of overall utilisation, that the expressed demand, i.e. that the number of people who actually use the walk, is quite a good indicator of overall demand throughout a year. There's not hundreds of thousands of people waiting on a waiting list. So that's the main point of that. But that's not to take away from, in any way, what people get out of doing the walk, which is typically described as being something that people really enjoy, and it leaves a lasting positive impression on them.
Yeah, and I take it you formed those opinions from your own experience.
Yeah, the main source of information around that is the submissions that have been made to the inquiry. There's also quite a bit in the media that you can look at about the way people have enjoyed the walk. There's discussion groups online, and there's a really nice ABC piece on it. So it's mainly what's publicly available on online about it in terms of people's commentary and the submissions that have been made.
Do you accept that the remoteness might be one of the attractions of the report, and the fact that there aren't many people there might be one of the attractions of the report? Attractions of the campsites.
I think that's undoubtedly part of it. Yeah.
Okay. So what we can agree, I think, is that you're not putting the numbers as being something which, in your view, downplays or lowers the importance of the experience at these locations.
All of these aspects of the way that people use a facility, if we call it that, I think are interesting and relevant to a consideration of the impact. So the number of people who use it is something to be thought of in terms of whether the impact is significant, but it's not the only relevant factor, and it may not even be the be-all and end-all.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to go in your expert evidence. You refer to the management plan. That's this management plan, I understand, and you refer to it as Parks Victoria policy or management plan. Is that right?
Yeah, they refer to it in their submission.
Yeah, that's right. It's the one, but I'm just checking if you just pop your head up to the screen. That's the one you reviewed, isn't it?
Well, I didn't necessarily review this plan other than noting that Parks Victoria say.
Okay, so you're citing the submission. You didn't go into the plan itself.
No, I'm just responding to the submission that Parks Victoria made.
Okay.
Which I understand references this plan.
All right. This is page 69 of that plan. I'll just blow that up. That's a bit impossible to read. It's a section of the plan that talks about, it's not the section you quoted in your report, it's another section that refers to recreational trails. I'll just give you a chance to read that, if you can. Just that top paragraph.
Yeah,
Do you see how it identifies there that it's a state significant trail identified by Tourism Victoria?
I do.
Yeah. Do you know whether the SIA was informed by consultation with Tourism Victoria?
I'd have to look back over their method,
Okay.
but I assume from your question it wasn't.
Oh well, I can't discern that it was, but I think you probably spent more time with the document than me.
I don't recall that.
Yeah. Is that a bit like views of the tourists, a relevant view?
Yeah, I think it's a relevant view.
Yeah. Okay. Let's return to your evidence. I mean, I want to jump down to your evidence at 6.7, which is to be found under your section, which starts on the preceding page at page 20, which about concerns raised.
Mhm.
And it's that section of your evidence, let's pop it up on the screen, where you cite Parks Victoria's submission. See that there?
Yes. Yep.
Now, at 6.7, you say, you've described the changes. You say, I do not consider that these changes, which affect part of the walk and do not directly prevent visitation, would compromise the planning objectives formulated by Parks Victoria. First of all, can I infer from what you said earlier on that view's formed from a reading of the Parks Victoria submission rather than a review of the plan itself?
That's true.
Can I also ask you the question, when you say do not directly prevent visitation, what I want to ask you is that is the absolute prevention an appropriate measure of impact on experience?
No, and I'm not suggesting that it is,
Okay.
but rather just noting that the full scope of the walk, the full circuit would still be available.
Of course.
Which is better than a situation where
of course.
Mr. Westnock, just couldn't quite hear that last bit. Would you mind repeating?
I'm just acknowledging that that a walker could still traverse the entire circuit, no more, no less.
And in terms of the compromising the planning objectives, that's your, I guess that's the exercise of your professional judgment based on the submission, the work and thinking you've done, and the submission of Parks Victoria, rather than any detailed analysis of the planning objectives.
That's right. I'm really just reflecting on the fact that the walk would be available in its entirety, and that part of it would have a change to the amenity and character, but that in my view, the walk would still remain a very extensive and attractive walk to take on, and it would still qualify, in my view, as being a semi-remote journey. And they were the points that Parks Victoria raised as concerns, that they were concerned about the project in light of those points. And in my view, because the walk is so long, because it will still include areas which are essentially secluded, even in the Discovery Bay Coastal Park section, and because there would be no impediment to completing the entire walk as a circuit, as it is now, or stopping at any of the existing stopping locations, that we can expect that the walk could still be considered a walk of state significance, and also it could be considered to be semi-remote.
Yeah. I just want to ask you one follow-up question about you've said that you consider it will still be a walk of state significance. Can I ask you to explain what the technical assessment is behind that in reaching that assessment? Have you evaluated what makes it state significant? And then it just seems to me that in your report, this really comes back to the empirical question. I'm wondering how that's worked out.
It really is just my view that the walk will be very much, will be very similarly attractive as it is now. Especially for people who visit for the first time. They'll find it as it is. It'll offer very much the same experience to them. But I do acknowledge that for people who are connected to the walk in its current form, that this sort of change may be difficult for them to accept.
Yeah. Probably don't need to go to that paragraph. You spent some time with Mr. Hark, who's giving evidence tomorrow in relation to visual impacts, no doubt can I ask what the purpose of that meeting was?
I knew that he was updating some of the ratings that were going to be applied to the residential dwellings that are affected. So I needed to, I was hoping to get a revised set of information relating to that. I also asked him how visible he thought the turbines would be along the extent of the coastline, as opposed to from any particular location, because I was interested in whether or not you would be aware of the turbines at all times or what proportion of the time. And he wasn't able to necessarily give me a proportion, but he did indicate that there would be periods where you could see them very clearly, as sometimes it would be less clear, and other times that they would not be visible.
Did you discuss with Mr. Hark mitigation? And I'll confine this question to the land that's to my client's interest. Don't worry about the houses for the purpose of this question. Did you discuss mitigation with Mr. Hark?
In a cursory way.
Just in a cursory way.
I guess the reality is they're very tall turbines, and any mitigation that you use sort of blocks views, as well as screening the turbines. So perhaps within a campsite setting, it might be a good idea to screen the turbines within a section, but there were obviously difficulties in terms of completely ameliorating the impact of the turbines on the visual setting.
Oh, well, if you fairly describe that as cursory, we'll pick that up with Mr. Hark tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Weston. There are questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We do have a few questions from the IAC as well, Mr. Weston. So I'll take you through those now. And I'm slightly at risk of covering similar territory for Mr. Tobin. So please just, if you need to expand on anything, do, but if not, that's also fine. So just as a starting and to start with, could you give us an idea of how you approached understanding the significance of the setting and the context of the project?
Overall, or in relation to any particular location?
No, just generally how you approached your appreciation of the project and its setting.
Well, I went on a site visit. Is that what you mean? Yeah,
maybe more conceptually how you assess that, or how you took that into consideration in your assessment.
Well, the areas of focus where that would be relevant for me is largely to do with the Great South West Walk and also the residential dwellings nearby. So I visited the Great South West Walk, and I also read the submissions that people have made about the Great South West Walk and the coastline more generally. I obviously read that social impact study and other studies that have informed the ES.
Yes, for the documents that are listed as discussed.
Yeah,
yes.
that's roughly how it.
Yes. With the Great Southwest Walk, it's a long walk. To what extent were you able to visit aspects of that?
I went to the 2 campsites.
Yeah.
And we visited the beach nearby those campsites.
Yeah.
I also went to the Nelson Township and went down to the beach from Nelson. These locations are separated by 20 odd kilometres, so I didn't walk along the entire coastline.
Yes.
But I got a feel for the environment that people would be walking along.
Yes.
By doing that. We also went to a campsite on the northern section of the walk up in the forest.
So the setting itself, the experience of the space, is this different to other projects that you've assessed, or is there anything that's different about this project and its setting that made you make decisions about how you'd approach your assessment?
Well, I think this project has a lot of similarities with another one I'm working on, which is the Star of the South project, which is an offshore wind farm, which has not reached the IAC stage yet. But in that project, there are similar kind of reactions evident from the community. That project is near Wilson's Promontory, which is a much loved, national park area. There's a view amongst certain people within the community that live in the area and also who visit Wilson's Promontory that the area is so special that any reduction in amenity or any insertion of man-made infrastructure into the landscape in that location would be unacceptable. Likewise, there are people who are sort of a little bit more willing to accept it on the premise that it delivers or assists the country to transition away from carbon-based electricity production, and then there's people who don't mind so much. And I think this project would have a similar profile in that you've got a very raw, isolated, natural area that people like to experience in that form. And because of that, there will be a proportion of people in the community who are reluctant to accept any level of change or insertion of any man-made infrastructure into that setting. So there's crossover there. Other projects that I work on often are not in such remote or highly valued natural areas, and then people are way more willing to accept change.
So setting aside for a moment the people's engagement with it and the submissions, the views expressed in submissions, did the setting inform your approach in any way?
It did, because of its remoteness and its wild natural state. I'd expect that the reactions that if you were able to test with the tourists or with the users of the walk, how they feel about it and what they might do if the project was introduced, I'd expect it to be much more similar to the reactions that I've been documenting in relation to the wind farm project near Wilson's Prom than to, say, a road project in urban Melbourne.
Okay. So you're saying, I have heard the answers to your questions from Mr. Tobin about engagement with tourists. So just to expand on the point you were just making, that if you were able to test with the tourists, could you just talk to that a little bit more?
Yeah, what sort of outcome might you expect?
What sort of engagement might you do, and what sort of outcome might you expect? Well, not too many hypotheticals, thank you, but...
Ideally, you would show
ideal?
people the imagery.
Yeah.
And ask them questions such as, do you find this change to the landscape acceptable? Would it affect your use and enjoyment of the walk? Would it influence your decision whether or not to do the walk? Things like that.
And in the social impact assessment space, the methodologies that would be used to test the findings through that process, are there examples, or are there good empirical processes that are used to assess those kinds of findings?
Well, as I say, like if you could gather the people together who some way, either virtually or in real life, and show them the imagery, talk to them about the other changes to the setting which might happen, such as noise, and then ask them about their intentions in light of that and whether they would be willing to accept those changes given that the project is a renewable energy project.
I just might actually redirect just my question slightly. Sorry, I may not have been completely clear, but are there any accepted methodologies for testing those kinds of concepts in the way that you're describing?
Accepted by who? I mean, I think at the end of the day that would be a good way of doing it. If you get a reasonable representative group of the users and you test their reactions to and intentions in light of information about the project, then you potentially can form a general view about the level of change to the utilisation of the asset and also the value that people obtain from it.
Thank you. I'll move on. So with Mr. Tobin asked you about the Great South West Walk and its significance as a state significant trail. And I'm interested to know in terms of the IAC's deliberations, is there anything that you consider in that context that the IAC should be turning its mind to in assessing the suitability of the acceptability of the project?
Look, I guess overall, my view is, and this is just, I guess, a judgment that I'm making in light of my experience and the nature of change that's proposed. But my view is that there will be essentially three types of reaction to this project amongst either local people who are involved in the walk and use it regularly or perhaps volunteer, and also tourists. Will be people who just find this change to be unpalatable. There'll be people who would prefer it didn't happen but are willing to accept it in light of the benefits that come from the project, and there'll be people who are not particularly worried about it. The balance of the three groups varies, depends on the project and the scale of change. It also depends on a number of other factors like how important it is in people's minds that the area is retained in its current state. And a lot of that's got to do with how natural it is at present. So there's some factors here which would point to at least some of the users and or the local community being put out by this. But I think overall, the most common reaction to these sorts of projects is a sort of a conditional acceptance. And with that in mind, going forward, I would expect that the walk will continue to be used in much the same volume as it is now. But that what might happen is that there'll be this subset of people, particularly amongst the existing friends group and perhaps other people in the local community who don't feel comfortable with it. But people who come for the first time, they'll find the walk in the state they find it. They'll take it at face value. And even if the project is there, it'll be quite an amazing experience to make the walk. So they won't be hung up with what it used to be as much as the people who have perhaps maintained it over many years.
Thank you. I'm moving on to a comment, the concluding comment in your expert witness statement at paragraph 83, which 8.3, sorry, I'll just read to you. So you've got in relation to impacts arising due to changes to the amenity and character of the local area. Once the proposed mitigation measures are considered, these impacts are not of sufficient magnitude in their own right to necessitate refusal of the project. I'm just interested if you could just explain briefly what you considered in coming to that conclusion, specifically around the magnitude of impacts. And we're aware of the documents they reviewed in terms of the EES, but just the approach that you took and the things that you thought were important to consider in making that determination.
When you do a sort of a more sort of technical assessment of social impacts, like using some sort of scale, the factors that are usually thought to be relevant are that they fall into two categories. You've got magnitude and sensitivity. Magnitude's all about the extent of the change. So over what area would it be perceived? How many people are affected? How long does it go for? In the case of the walk, part of the walk is affected, not all of it. But the nature of the change, like the level of change in some sections of the walk, will be quite significant, and it will be effectively permanent. So a long period anyway, 30 years or something. So in terms of the magnitude of the change, it'd be rated as being reasonably high, but there is a large 270-kilometre walk, and most of it would be unaffected. In terms of sensitivity, it's all about whether people can adapt to the change, how much value they place on the resource that's being affected, and like in this case, there is quite a lot of value placed on the resource by the existing users, given its wild natural state. People talk about that, like they're indicating that it's had a positive impact on them for many years post the walk. So it is a valued resource. In terms of adapting to the change, I think it is quite possible to do that. There's large sections of this walk where you'll still encounter the coastline in an unmodified state. You can still enjoy and get from the walk much of what it offers currently. And so I think that, it's not fundamentally making it impossible for people to enjoy the walk, but they may need to, come to terms with the changes, and that won't be easy for everyone. So this would end up being sort of, through a process like that, rated as a moderate to high impact. It's certainly not insignificant, but it's not at a level where we'd be contemplating recommending, that the project be not approved because of it.
So just the methodology around the magnitude and sensitivity, that adaptation to change. Could you just provide some guidance on how that methodology is endorsed in the industry, or what sort of framework that sits within as an assessment methodology?
Look, there's a number of academic pieces that outline these factors as being relevant to a consideration of significance in the context of a social impact study. And, lots of people have tried to create measurement systems that can be used and employed in a social impact study setting. I think the reality is there's an inherent level of, personal judgment that has to be applied. There's no such thing as, a social impact rating has no independent existence. And so, if you tried to conceptualize it as a measurement process, there'd be no way of calibrating the measurement process. This is just, the rating is an abstract concept which is concocted by social impact practitioners. You can't measure it directly. So what I tend to say is that we're trying to provide a systematic and methodical process through which to consider whether impacts matter or not. We're trying to consider whether they matter or not in light of factors which everyone seems to think are relevant and which make sense, but it shouldn't be conceptualised as a measurement process.
And just briefly, what are the critical inputs into making that personal judgment?
Well, it's you're trying to empirically determine how sensitive people are and what the magnitude of change is, and then in light of that, come to a view. It's an empirically informed view, but not really a measurement.
Okay, thank you. The second part of that paragraph 8.3, you make the conclusion that notwithstanding the impacts are not immaterial, and in my view, they should be considered alongside other positive and negative impacts of the project as part of the net benefit assessment. I'm just going to ask you to speak to that and what you were actually anticipating what that would look like.
Yeah, I wouldn't consider these impacts to be, say it in a different way, they're not really showstoppers to me. I don't think you could refuse the project because of these impacts alone, but there are negative elements to the project. And there's lots of other things to consider, obviously, in terms of whether or not the project is approved. So I think they should be considered alongside all of the positives and negatives, and obviously in light of the reality that at least in the proponent's submission, that the project is contributing substantially to the production of renewable energy.
Thank you. I'm going to change tact a little bit. I wanted to ask you about the evaluation objective, the relevant evaluation objective that relating to land use and socioeconomic, which I'm sure you'll be familiar with. It uses the term social fabric to avoid and minimise adverse effects on land use, social fabric of the community, and a number of other things. Could I just get you to talk to how you have considered the impact, how you've assessed social fabric, and how you've considered the impacts on that?
Yeah, in terms of the issue of the introduction of the workforce into the region, we've been mindful of the fact that if lots of construction workers were to lob into Nelson, for example, and take up all the accommodation there, that could be a bit threatening. So in terms of trying to maintain the social fabric of Nelson, recognising the small nature of the settlement and perhaps the fact that there are people living in the community who are not particularly keen on the project, that the workforce be distributed in a way that avoids the workforce exerting a dominant influence on social conditions in Nelson, but rather have the workforce accommodated in areas where they would be more readily absorbed.
Can I just get you to go back to a step to just talking about the concept of social fabric itself, what you consider to be the key elements that need to be considered in a project such as this?
Yep, all right. Well, the size of the community is obviously relevant because whatever the prevailing social conditions are, if you introduce a lot of new people into an area proportionately, that can change things. And in a small town like Nelson, people have a quiet life. They probably know a lot of their neighbours. It's got a small town character, and large influxes of people would be uncommon. So that, you know, the social fabric of the characteristics of that settlement and its social profile are such that the introduction of a large number of people could be unsettling, whereas it's quite the opposite, say in Mount Gambier, where you've got lots of people, all walks of life, coming and going quite a bit, and new people in that context would be potentially less confronting. In fact, it might be beneficial and also less noticeable overall anyway.
Thank you. That's that answers my question. Thank you. Mr. Tobin did ask you about some of the campsite usage and booking numbers. I just do have a quick question for you about how much that the numbers matter. I'm sorry, I've jumped back to the idea around the camping and the Great Southwest Walk, but to what extent do the numbers matter? You've talked a bit about numbers and usage, but to what extent what sort of weight do you give that in the assessment of this type of project?
Well, it's all a bit relative. So like if you were comparing a walk that had 100 times as many people using it, but which gave them a similar lasting impression, positive lasting impression, it would clearly be more impactful to diminish the attractiveness of the walk where there's hundreds more people using it and getting the same outcome. That doesn't mean that what happens at the Great Southwest Walk isn't of value and shouldn't be thought of in that way, but the numbers matter to a degree. If there was only one person doing this walk a year, of course, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. But there are, possibly it'd be a small number, a handful of thousand people going through the walk a year by the look of it, which is it's not a very large number of people if you think about a community facility. Like a local swimming pool would have hundreds of thousands of people visit every year. But the nature of the experience is much more memorable.
And in your experience, how many do you think the numbers accurately reflect the usage? I know there's some commentary in your statement around that there might be people walking for days who aren't necessarily camping, so aren't necessarily booking campsites, for example. But do you have a sense of how representative those numbers are actually?
I think it's a good guide. I don't think the numbers are 20,000 people a year. You know, like it'd be almost impossible to imagine it was that high, given the overall level of bookings at the campsites. But yeah, it's very hard to know how many people walk and then don't camp. I don't have any information about that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I've got a few more specific questions for you about the environment, the EMF. So I'm just going to take you through each of these. So your evidence talks to the distribution of accommodation of workers across the settlements, but you on page 8 suggests that the settlement within or accommodation within Nelson should be limited or avoided. And my question is whether that is adequately reflected in the EMF, or whether it should be reflected in the EMF.
Yeah, there is really a very small number of motel rooms in Nelson. So even if you didn't explicitly call out Nelson, the outcome would be that very few, if any, workers would end up living there. And it might be convenient or desirable for a small number to live there for a period, and it might not be beneficial to completely rule that out. But so long as the workforce accommodation plan is structured in the way that I've proposed, which is the intention, I believe, of the proponent, then it's not very, very unlikely that Nelson's going to be flooded with workers in high vis or anything like that. So it probably can be left as it is.
Thank you. So Appendix R talks about the neighbours benefit plan, and it talks about it being prepared or delivered in line with industry best practice. So it says NEOAN's neighbour benefit plan. It's called neighbours and neighbour in different documents. So neighbour benefit plan includes, and it's got a number of dot points. And I won't bring that up on the screen, but I will just give you or you haven't got the document in front of you, have you? I'll just run through them. The dot points are that it's designed in response to identified impacts and priorities as identified through consultation with those affected by the project. It's about it being transparent and consistent application of funding allowances based on resident distances from turbines, consideration of construction and operation phase impacts, and consultation with neighbouring landholders to ensure understanding of personal issues and interests. I just was wondering, the description in the EMF itself is very high level. I was wanting to get a sense of what you expect that neighbour benefit plan to actually consist of, or you understand that it consists of.
Well, my understanding is there's a formula through which financial payments are calculated for the neighbours, assuming they sign up, and that's the main part of it.
Thank you. So mostly around the actual the funding arrangement.
Well, that's obviously the main compensatory element.
Okay. And are you satisfied that's adequately captured in the EMF?
I just have to remind myself what the EMF actually says about it. But I was of a mind that it was.
You got access to that?
I don't have it right in front of me.
Yeah. Is that something that you're able to share? Thank you. Great. Thank you very much. Can you see that, Mr. Weston? So SEO2 number 2.
Yeah, so I guess my commentary is really premised on the neighbour benefit plan consisting of the payment arrangements which I've outlined in my statement and which are also outlined in the social impact study. I guess there's no direct reference to that scheme in the wording here. I guess I'd leave it to others to determine what the best way of ensuring that payment scheme is actually executed is, but it isn't directly referenced there.
So with your understanding of the way that that's drafted in SEO2, I just want to be 100% sure, were there any other components that you were expecting that would be delivered through that program?
Well, I think I really did just focus on the payments and have thought about, the impact of the project in light of the scale of those payments. But I think that to the extent that the neighbour benefit plan that's been put forward as part of the EES is thought to be helpful and forms part of the proponent submission, I think there should be a way of ensuring that it's actually delivered in that form. And I guess the way it's written, it just refers to a neighbour benefit plan, but doesn't cite anything specific.
Okay, thank you. In your evidence, you also talk about the voluntary acquisition program, and you do mention it, say in paragraph 5.32, you talk about it you talk about the neighbour benefit plan as well as the voluntary acquisition plan, and your understanding, we understand and we have information from the proponent on that. And you're supportive of that. So just confirming that's something that you've...
Yeah, it's very common when you're doing work like this to hear from neighbours of projects that they would almost rather just sell up and get out than deal with living near it. So to the extent that that there is anyone out in the community that is keen to move on and the project's willing to buy them out, I think that can be a good solution.
And just for my benefit, does that sit fully outside of the, in your understanding, it sits fully outside of the EMF process? Is it part of the shared benefit strategy or is it completely separate?
I think it's separate. It might be that it needs to be because it's very much it's a negotiated outcome. Even if you put it in the EMF, it doesn't necessitate that anything is done. So it really is just a voluntary action on the part of the proponent.
Thank you. In your evidence statement 5.56, you talk about the shared benefits strategy in relation to the Great Southwest Walk, potential benefits for the project. Are you able to provide any further detail on what that might look like, or what your understanding is of what the expectation may be around that?
Yeah, I don't have any further detail. It's just something that's mentioned in the SAA. But of course, given that the walk's amenity will be affected, it does make sense to focus investment under that measure in a way that tries to offset the project's impacts directly. And so I would support the funds being channeled in that direction.
Do you think that it should be made explicit? Do you think there's a process that needs to be put in place to ensure that that's considered?
Well, I guess the way that these community benefit schemes typically work is that people make applications. So if you put it in that the money has to go to the walk and the walk doesn't make an application, it gets a bit weird. I think that really the amendment of making it a local focus, focusing on areas which are actually impacted in terms of assessing any application for funds, is a good way of doing it.
Thank you. And my final questions relate to the share benefits strategy again, the mitigation measure, And I can see in the draft EMF, it talks about it being relevant to all phases. I'm just wanting to get some clarity from you as to what stage of the project you believe something like this strategy should be prepared and finalised. And if you think that that should be made explicit at all in the documents as well.
Well, the impacts of the project start when construction starts. So, I think it would at least make logical sense for the community benefit strategy to be prepared prior to construction starting.
Okay. And you've had experience with these being prepared for similar projects where that's been a requirement that it's prepared before construction starts?
Yeah, well, to the extent that the ISE is weighing everything up, you'd want to know that it was starting at a particular time, and doing it before construction start seems to be the right time.
And with your experience with other projects, are there ever other authorities involved in endorsing or approving that type of program as well?
Yeah, sometimes the local councils are invited to participate in a decision-making body. I was just working on a mine up at Fosterville where that happens. That does help in terms of ensuring that the funds are directed in a useful way in the local area. But it's not absolutely necessary that happen, but it can be helpful.
Is that something you've got a view on in relation to this project?
Yeah, it's a bit about whether the council wants to do it too. I think if they wanted to participate and had the time and the resources to do that, I'm sure their view would be valued.
Thank you. I'll just ask if there are any other questions. Yeah, Member Kirsch. I'll just hand you to Member Kirsch.
Just one, hopefully very quick question. You've been asked a number of questions and have given answers about the use and enjoyment of public land, particularly the national parks, and specifically the Great Southwest Walk. That's, I suppose, part of the public realm. There's also camping associated with just the drive-in, drive-out, or boat-in, boat-out campgrounds. We haven't really talked much about those. Do you rate them or give them the same significance as the campgrounds and the public enjoyment of the walk?
Well, there's probably two things. I think their expectations about what they might find when they get to the campground could be different, because they're not just there to do this walk and are just sleeping so they can get on to the next stage of the walk. They're visiting this location to recreate at the campsite. So to the extent that the amenity of the campsite is reduced, that might lessen the appeal amongst that user group more significantly. The second consideration is that there's way more adaptable than the walk users, because they don't have to camp at this location. They could camp at another location and undertake very similar recreation, sitting around and roasting marshmallows or whatever. You can do that nearly anywhere or nearly at any campsite. So there's sort of competing things going on there. But I can see that the location may become less attractive to people who are going there just simply to be in the location, as opposed to using it as a holding bay while they're completing the walk.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So no further questions from the IAC. I'll hand you back for any re-examination.
Thank you. Just two questions, Mr. Weston. The first is Mr. Tobin asked you about discussions with walkers and tourists specifically, and took you to table 2.4 of Appendix R. So table 2.4 is quite an extensive document, as Mr. Tobin flagged. It does include items such as community meetings, information sessions, community surveys with over 100 responses, community meetings. I think you probably realise it goes on with further meetings. Do you have any information about who the attendees at those meetings were and who the respondees to the surveys were in terms of whether they were tourists or walkers?
No, I don't.
Okay. So it's possible that there was other information informing the information from walkers and tourists via those particular fora.
It is possible, yeah. That's true.
Okay. The other matter was related to that. So if we proceed on the basis that, to the extent that there is any lack of tourist-specific information or input from tourists or Tourism Victoria, given the information that is included in the social impact assessment, your experience and the other information that you've reviewed in preparing your report, would you expect more tourist-specific information to have any material effect on your conclusions about the social impacts of this project?
I think it'd be unlikely. Obviously, in a social impact assessment, more information is always better. And as a practitioner, you always want more and more information. But I think the reality is, if you did that exercise, you would almost certainly find that there's a variety of reactions ranging from I'll never go there again in my life up to I don't really mind. And the balance of opinion probably be quite similar to what you observe in other similar situations where a project's affecting the amenity of a natural area. And in those sorts of circumstances, you tend to get the majority of, or the largest group is the sort of almost conditional support. And then you have a smaller group which don't mind at all. And then it's a minority, not necessarily a very small minority, could be 15 or 20% of people are sort of offended by the presence of the infrastructure. And we would get an outcome that was similar to that, up or down a bit. I wouldn't expect it to be very different to that.
Thank you. That is Mr. Weston's evidence, if he can be excused.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Weston. So we've run over time. Apologies to everybody, but I think it was worth finishing Mr. Weston's evidence today. I've got a couple of things to just run through, and then I'll ask if there's anything else we need to discuss before we finish. I'll just note that we've received some documents, including the presentation from the proponent, including the presentation of Mr. Hart for tomorrow, and the proponent's submissions on landscape and visual and bushfire issues. The panel report that was discussed earlier today, the Glenelg Planning Scheme Amendment C552, and we've received the documents from you too, Mr. Tobin, relating to Cattle Hill Wind Farm. So there may have been something else that's come in since I compiled my notes, but is there, Mr. Rudd? I'll ask if the proponent would like to take us through very briefly, just list off the other documents that have come in.
No, not beyond the documents you've identified.
Yes.
Is that right? Or we do want to do it?
There's 3 documents there.
Okay. Do we want to run through those?
Very briefly.
Thank you.
We've been about 4:30 this afternoon, Madam Chair. There were 3 documents, which is the presentation on behalf of Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor on bushfire matters. There's the presentation about the white-throated needle-tail that was referred to by Mr. Organ. And there's the Glenelg Municipal Toolkit member Kirsch that we've procured from the Glenelg Shire Council.
No, just before we close for the day, I just wanted to address one matter that arose in cross-examination of Mr. Weston, and that concerns the extent of direct input that was sought from tourists and from people who utilise the Great Southwest Walk. And what I'm instructed is that tourists were consulted in various ways throughout the consultation processes that informed the social impact assessment, including the drop-in sessions. A particular attempt was made to elicit opinion from tourists utilising the Great Southwest Walk, and in particular I'm instructed that, amongst other things, a representative of Umwelt was stationed at the Nelson Information Centre for a number of days with a view to capturing input from people who were undertaking and completing or partway through completing the walk. And that material was obtained and has informed the preparation of the social impact assessment. One of the complications that arose in respect of the completion of those types of surveys was that the survey period fell over COVID, times that were affected by COVID, and so that did impede the capacity to undertake direct engagement of that type. But a number of the responses that were obtained, both through the community information sessions and through the types of measures that I described earlier, were directed toward obtaining views from tourists, including tourists who were utilising the walk. There is reference within the social impact assessment at PDF page 124, that is page 113 of that document, to interviews being conducted with visitors at Nelson, including at the Nelson Visitor Centre in 2022, and the views that those people expressed in respect of the project, those particular people expressing no concern in respect of the project, that is, those people falling within that category of people that Mr. Weston identified as not being particularly concerned about the project. It's not to suggest that that would be the response of all people who would utilise the walk, and no doubt there would be some people who would have a different reaction to the introduction of infrastructure. We just wanted to bring those matters to the committee's attention because we would resist a submission to the effect that no effort was made to seek the views of those people. An effort was made, those views were considered, and they were factored into the social impact assessment. In our submission, the view expressed by Mr. Weston is the correct view. That is that inevitably there will be a range of views. In our submission, the magnitude of people utilising the walk is undoubtedly a relevant consideration. It informs the magnitude of the social impact. To some, that impact will be marked. To others, indeed many others, that impact will be marginal. And it's difficult to quantify the extent of that impact. We note the setbacks of the infrastructure from the natural environments. We note the fact that they're contained within what are undeniably exotic landscapes that themselves undergo periodic dramatic change. They're all factors that ameliorate the extent of impact and are relevant to a consideration. So before the time passed, we just wanted to make those points because to the extent that there were or are to be submissions stating that an attempt wasn't made that should have been made to gauge interest of that type, we reject that, and we rely upon the methodology that was undertaken. I did want to address that before we close because we're going to move on to new topics tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll just hand over to Mr. Wright. He's got one more matter.
Yes,
Very quick matter. It just goes to the question that we discussed earlier from Mr. Turner about the coordinates and elevations in respect of the landscape and visual impact assessment. The brief update is we haven't been able to finalise that in time to circulate ahead of the evidence of Mr. Hark. It's in process, but I anticipate we'll be able to file a document in that regard on Thursday likely. So we apologise for that. It's not a matter of anything other than there are resources and time required to do so. Yeah. At the same time, we're also preparing, Member Kirsch, you asked yesterday in respect of a single source of truth, if you like, in respect of turbine numbers and coordinates. So we're preparing a document that addresses that question by reference to material in the EES. The same resources are required for both documents, so one doesn't hold up the other up beyond that. So we'll provide both of those, I suspect, on Thursday.
Thank you. And as I mentioned this morning, if there are any procedural issues or it relates to us needing to ensure people have had an opportunity to respond, we're happy to discuss that. So that's fine. Thank you. Just
to understand the order tomorrow, are we progressing through the timetable into fire first, or are we going into Mr. Hark evidence first.
Oh,
I think Mr. Hark first.
I was understanding it was Mr.
Yeah.
Hark.
So we're now skipping and pushing off. So Aboriginal Cultural Heritage today, wasn't it?
That's
Yes.
right.
Sorry.
Yes.
So that'll be next Tuesday, I think it was.
Yes. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So other than that, we're running to our timetable as scheduled tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And
Thank you.
Mr.
So-
Redden will be here tomorrow
That's
on
right.
behalf
Thank
of
you.
Parks.
So I'll just, the last thing I need to advise people is the requests for questions tomorrow. So we've got from DECA and Parks Victoria on to Mr. Huck, questions in
Parks Victoria.
Parks Victoria only. My apologies. The notes have got both. Mr. Turner has requested questions. Mr. Stephen Liddicoat has 3 to 4 questions. The IAC will have some questions as well. And I've just got a note saying Hayne Meredith also has indicated that they wish to ask questions of Mr. Huck. So we have a number of parties asking questions tomorrow morning, but we have no requests for indication for questions of our bushfire experts at this stage. So I think that's all we need to cover this afternoon. Thank you very much. We'll see everybody back here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
I didn't know it was I believe you don't want to become an ecologist after that. Right, thanks, Andrew. I'll see you. Thank you very much. So, yes.